Alrighty. Welcome, ladies and gents. Wow, I'm not used to having this big of an OBS. I can see everything. Oh, so much power. Well, welcome on in to part 2 of the ranking video. This feels weird because it's only been like not even 2 months since the last part, but you'll see why. You'll see why we've collected another 27 pages of reviews. 20 pages seems to be a pretty good cutoff. That's about like a 3-hour stream, roughly. So that's where I've been trying to cut things off, but I had more to add. Regardless, let's get on into it. I should say, similar to last time, it's not going to be the most positive stream in the world. I'm trying to play better games. I'm trying to change, but it hasn't been forthcoming thus far. I have Snatcher and Shining Force coming out pretty soon on my own personal time. So, and Blood Omen's been all right. It's been fine. But our first game today is, I have not sorted this. Hold on. Our first game today is Castle of Illusion. You know, it doesn't need to be sorted. It's fucking fine. Who gives a shit? Castle of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse, which I played on the Genesis Mini 1. I had a playtime of 3 hours. Let's not out myself as a weeb. Get the soundtrack going. Get some gameplay. All right. You know what? I just realized. How am I going to do this? Let's see here. Did I pop out the chat? No. Thank you for being so good, as always, OBS. Okay, hold on. We'll make this work. You can put that. No. Yeah, I can do one of those. Ha ha ha! Sorry, I'm not as prepared as I should be, not by any means. As usual. Seat my pants. Didn't this game get a remake? Oh! So it did. But right now, at this current juncture, we are reviewing the Genesis version. Welcome on in, random person. How are you? Alright. Castle of Illusion is a Genesis title that is remembered fondly for being an early example of a playable licensed game that actually utilizes its IP well, with its delightful visuals and music that immediately pulls you into its fairy tale setting. Aside from a rough animation here or there, like the swinging animation being so low FPS that it's sickening, where was your blast processing on that one, Sega? Or the dessert stage music that feels a bit out of place, it's difficult to find many faults with the game's presentation. When I said it was an early playable game, though, I chose my wording carefully, as playable is probably the highest praise I could levy towards the gameplay. The game is very simple. Minnie has been kidnapped by the witch Mizrabel in order to steal her beauty, I think it was, and it's up to Mickey to defeat her worlds of illusion in order to get her back. You have a jump, a butt bounce to kill enemies, and you can collect apples to throw as a weapon. Aside from collectibles to earn more health, score, and 1-ups, that adequately describes the entire gameplay loop. You would think then that Castle of Illusion would be a more relaxed, kid-friendly experience, but you'd be wrong. While the gameplay is simple and the platforming never reaches beyond a moderate level of difficulty, the gameplay is almost pure trial and error, even in the early levels where the game sets up rules only to immediately break them and has constant beginner's traps, both of which force you into getting hit until you memorize the level layouts and enemy behaviors. Some examples are that the clown boss can punch on either 2 or 3 jumps, maybe even 1 as well, I don't know. The bats in the cave level come at differing heights, and there's even one that only activates the moment you attempt to take a jump, Ninja Gaiden style. There's also plenty of bats that you just can't see ahead of time because they spawn inside of objects. The dragon boss has 2 moves, which one of them will always hit you if you guess wrong. And there's one level that forces you to fall into what you think is death in order to progress. The penultimate level. Imagine being so ugly and desperate you consider an anthropomorphic mouse pretty. You know, like, it's not talked about often, but Minnie is pretty sexualized in the cartoons. Granted, it's not like Lola Bunny territory, but, you know, for earlier cartoons, it's, I don't know, they walk a line of trying to keep her wholesome, but at the same time, a lot of panty shots. A lot of panty shots. I never realized until I was older, because we are all far less innocent than we used to be. The penultimate level, the castle, is pure sadist trash with nonsense falling blocks, insta-kill goop, and beginner's traps that force you into both. It actually pulls some shit straight out of Super Star Wars, where in the Sandcrawler you get on a platform and it just drops you into death. Rabbit hole, you just introduced me to. I would have preferred not knowing this. Well, I'm so sorry. But here, oh shit. Here is, yep. Oh sweet, just get on this platform, ride this dead. I like that the camera, it's kind of hard to see because this is a bit low FPS. This is actually AVGN's footage. It might have been because he jumped. Did he jump? Hold on. It might have been because he jumped, but it kind of looks like the platform just fell out beneath him and the camera didn't move down enough to even show you that there was going to be death there. Oh man. That's pretty fucking bad. But yeah, there's like literally the exact same thing in the penultimate level. And I could go on and on and on. These traps are made even harder to avoid by the significant amount of momentum that Mickey is subject to, which otherwise has no reason to exist within the game's design. The amount of satisfyingly skillful gameplay that Castle of Illusion has to offer is practically nil. It certainly doesn't help that there is very little health lying around. The devs don't even have the decency to start you off with full HP when you die, and on the normal difficulty, which is the lowest difficulty you can complete the game on, you start off with 3 lives and 2 continues, after which you fully game over and have to start from the beginning. But it looks pretty, exactly. So I was holding back a holding back a burp that whole time. It looks pretty, and you know what? So does GTA 6, and that's all that people care about, so fuck it, right? Justify the hardware. Justify my purchasing decisions. Oh man. Let's see. You have three lives and 2 continues, after which you fully game over and have to start from the beginning. This happened to me 3 times over the course of my playthrough, though the last was not my fault, because I haven't even talked about the worst beginner's trap, which is probably the literal worst beginner's trap of all time. If you stay on the game over screen for 10 seconds, then the game resets to the title screen, even if you have continues. There's no indication that this is going to happen, no countdown like an arcade game would have, it just does it. So if you get up to take a break after you game over, then fuck you, restart the game, bitch. This is as indefensible as game design gets, and it successfully added another 45 minutes onto my playtime, which was certainly the intent. As usual, all of this dogshit design was done to pad out what would otherwise be a very short game, even for a Genesis title, at only 45 minutes. To add insult to injury, even though there are 7 Chaos Emeralds to collect to get to Minnie, there are only 5 actual stages. Sorry, the music's getting a bit too loud for me to think. Does that affect? Oh, it doesn't affect OBS. Good. Thank you, OBS. To add insult to injury, there are only 5 actual stages, even if you have 7 Chaos Emeralds to collect. 2 of the rainbow gems you get from extremely truncated platforming challenges that don't even have a boss at the end, and it leaves the game feeling even more slight than it already did. Like a lot of games, Castle of Illusion is remembered fondly because of its visuals and music, but actually sit someone down to play it that doesn't have the whole thing memorized from childhood, and they will not have a good time. Castle of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse on the Genesis/Mega Drive, is going into the low D tier. Also, I decided to start giving a numerical rating to games in addition to the letter grade, because even though it's on the list, some people have expressed misunderstandings with what the tiers mean, and also, it will allow me to finally realize my final form as an elitist douchebag critic. So, Castle of Illusion on Genesis is a 3.1 out of 10. And it will be going into the D tier. You mean me, right? You are right. It is pretty. It is quite pretty indeed. And I will be powering drinks all day because I am very dehydrated for some reason. Jesus. Alright, our next game is Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, reimagined, which I played on the Xbox 360 with a playtime of 3 hours. God damn it, I gotta stop doing that. One of these days, the RNG isn't going to be kind to me. I noticed the list doesn't have Blood Omen. Yep. Yes. Sorry about that. But yeah, I've played it a little bit. What I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try to commit to beating one boss every day. I beat Nup Raptor yesterday, and the CRT is right here. It's in my room, so I don't have to worry about people interrupting me while I'm trying to play. I don't have to worry about it being fucking nighttime so I can actually see, because my room is dark. It is my dungeon. So, it's here. I just have to sit down and play it now, which I will do. Probably. The structure's not going to help you that much. I don't want to spoil much, but the structure's not that predictable. Well, we'll see. I'll play it some every day, is what I'm saying. There might be like a final boss rush or something that I'll just bang out pretty quick. God, I have so many menus. Alright, let's get the 360 OST here. It's oddly a bit quiet. That should be fine. Alright. I also played Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse on the 360, which I will henceforth refer to as Castle of Illusion. Did I say Castlevania the first time? I feel like I did. Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse on 360, which I will henceforth refer to as Castle of Illusion Reimagined, since it is a ground-up reimagining of the original game, changing everything from the graphical and artistic style to the music to the gameplay genre, and expanding slightly upon the barely existent story of the original. First and foremost, Reimagined was made roughly 3 times as long as its predecessor, and rather than precision platforming to complete levels, which there's still a tiny bit of, the game was changed into a more collectathon type affair. As we stopped playing Blood Omen in order for you to catch up, don't do that. Don't do that. Unless, like, if you want to, like, set a date for me to have it finished by, then I will make a God's honest try to hit that. That's what we need to do for our book club anyway, right? Need to actually, like, say, get to this point in the game by this time, so that we can talk about it. You are required to collect a certain amount of gems to unlock each new area of the castle. Every stage takes inspiration from the original levels, but they are vastly expanded, with far more secrets to find and optional challenges to complete. The level design does a fine job at incorporating the butt bounce into this new gameplay style. Rather than just a method of defeating enemies like it was in the original game, the butt bounce is now used to fling Mickey to new heights, which help unlock hidden areas and can be chained together to complete platforming challenges. While the base gameplay is still on the simple side, the level design has been made vastly more fun and satisfying than in the original. You still have some poor design elements in the later stages, but the gameplay is such a vast improvement over the original that I can almost entirely forgive those flaws. On top of the genre change, the game takes advantage of the third dimension to add more depth to the levels. While the levels are mostly remain side-scrolling, it adds in a constantly shifting 2.5D perspective, similar to Klonoa or Pandemonium, that does a lot to make the stages feel more like real places. I'm sorry, I'm still waking up. I will learn how to read probably 2 or 3 hours in. Have I played DuckTales NES? Very briefly. I haven't excuse me, I haven't finished it at all. Just very briefly. But from what I've seen, you have like the pogo stick, so you have sort of a similar gameplay style, maybe? The boss fights also sometimes take advantage of the added dimension and incorporate new 3D elements, but others are less than ambitious in this respect, such as the first boss, the Old Oak, which does have an improved moveset compared to the original game, but is still an entirely 2D encounter. The same is true of the Mer People boss, which have thankfully had their design drastically overhauled for the better, but again remain entirely two-dimensional. Reimagined has also greatly expanded both the trek to get to Mizrabel and the boss fight with her, which feels appropriately climactic. As far as the controls go, while Mickey's annoying momentum is retained from the Genesis version, you do have a slightly better control scheme, as you can now just hold down the jump button to butt bounce, rather than needing to press down whilst in the air. It's the one other Disney game that got a remake. Okay, I think I heard about that at some point. I haven't seen the remake at all, I don't think. But yeah, I've never watched DuckTales, so I don't have a particular desire to play the game, but maybe one of these days. And also, it's okay to just... it's okay to just play the game without knowing anything about the source material, but it usually enhances the experience, so... It's a short game added to your list, yeah, but is DuckTales a short show? That's the real question. I'll certainly play the game at least at some point. Might want to turn the music down just slightly. It's getting a bit uppity. Ah, nah, it's fine. It'll be alright. Other than having a slightly better control scheme for the butt bounce, the controls seem to be about the same. The charm of the aesthetics and music has also been retained, if not enhanced. For a 2013 Xbox 360 arcade game likely made on a shoestring budget, the visuals are quite handsome and manage to stand the test of time, while the soundtrack captures the same sense of wonder that the original roused. And you also have the option to switch to the Genesis soundtrack if you choose, which is a nice touch, and an option that should be standard in remakes and reimaginings, but frankly, my bar for such projects is so incredibly low at this point that even this edition is enough to impress me. I remember liking the comics more than the show. Not a huge comic person. I'll probably, if I play the game, I'll at least briefly check out one or the other. Probably the show, though. There are some elements of poor show, like gems spawning in on screen. I managed to fall through the map once. The bridge star effect looks absolutely terrible. And even though they're already very basic, the cutscenes sometimes tell without showing. But overall, the game's presentation is quite strong. One of the very few things that I'm not entirely keen on in Reimagined is the narrator, whose presence I found to be a bit too annoying for my liking, and I didn't really care for his voice either for whatever reason. But you can thankfully turn him off in the options, so it's not really a problem for me, and it'll serve to add some appeal to the game for those that prefer him. I certainly did not think that this would be my conclusion when I'd first approached playing these two games, but not only is Reimagined a vastly superior experience when compared with the original, but it's also something of a gold standard for remakes and reimaginings in general. Reimagined doesn't attempt to, quote-unquote, be faithful to the original, whilst surreptitiously changing and censoring everything it can to try and erase any artistic liberties the original ever took. Instead, it uses the original as a jumping-off point to make something entirely new. It also doesn't take a game that is already a masterpiece and make it far shittier by trying to dumb it down for the modern audience who is too gooner-brained to ever appreciate it anyway. It instead takes a deeply flawed game that had a lot of potential and attempts to realize it. In order to attain artistic viability, I believe this should be the goal of remakes and reimaginings. Don't remake games that are already great. Remake games that are pieces of crap and try to turn them into something good. The world doesn't need reimaginings of Silent Hill 2, or Halo, or Final Fantasy VII, because those are already some of the greatest games ever made, and remain some of the greatest games ever made, by the way. And you, random Polish or American dev that has never made anything good in their lives, are never, ever going to make something better, so stop trying. Instead, the world needs reimaginings of Superman 64, Glover, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and of course, Sonic 06. That said, though, which has been made, by the way, it's a fan project. That said, though, the one thing that is keeping this reimagining from being artistically viable is that the original game isn't included in the package. And outside of the Genesis Mini 1, it still remains stuck on Genesis. Given that the Xbox 360 was a Genesis emulation powerhouse with scores of Genesis titles released for it, or re-released for it, there is absolutely no excuse to not include the original game along with the reimagining. All the remakes you usually complain about are Japanese ones? Which ones? I've complained about the Silent Hill 2 remake, that's Polish. I've complained about the Demon's Souls remake, that's American. I've complained about the Dead Rising remake, that was Chinese. What else we got? And when I say random Polish or American dev, I'm talking about two people specifically, or two dev studios specifically. MGS3? Hold on. Hold the phone. No. What's, God. I forget what the dev was called. They're not Japanese, though. For fuck's sake, give me a Wikipedia. Give me a Wikipedia! What a pizza. Thank you. For fuck's sake. This was Virtuous. Which is Chinese. Headquartered in Singapore. Who also did the Oblivion remake, which I also complained about. Now, FF7, I'm pretty sure that I'm almost certain that's Square, right? And then Resident Evil 4, Capcom did that. So, there you go. The majority of bad remakes are outsourced to random dev. So, I'm not saying that the original developers can't do a poor job. Oh, but also, Twin Snakes, American dev. Fucking Dennis the Menace Dyack. Twin Snakes might be my least favorite one. What else we got? Campaign Evolved, American Dev. God, there's so many to choose from. Oh man. I'm not saying that if it's the original, quote-unquote, original developer, then they can't still do a bad job, as should be obvious. But, yeah, usually it's them outsourcing it to some dev that is completely fucking worthless. Where the hell were we after all that? Make reimaginings of bad games. Given that the... regardless, well done, Sega Studios Australia, you managed to make one pretty darn solid game before your doors were shuttered. And that's better than a lot of developers can say. If I really had to pick at something, I'd say by far the biggest disappointment of this entire project is that the developers didn't quite go far enough in differentiating Reimagined from the original. They should have turned the two truncated stages into their own whole chapters of the game. They also didn't need to keep the tradition of spawning you in with only 3/5 of your life every time you die. And we could have probably used more complex and varied mechanics to go along with the increased length of the game. But those are still somewhat minor complaints. Overall, Reimagined not only kicks the hell out of its inspiration, but it's a pretty fun game in its own right. I'm putting Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse Reimagined in the B- tier and giving it a 6.4 out of 10. And let's see here. I've actually moved Beyond Good and Evil down to the C tier. Significantly into the C tier. There we are. Just to get a bit more accurate. All right. Our next game is Dante's Inferno, which I played on the Xbox 360. I had a playtime of 7 hours plus 3.5, which we'll talk about. I played the game on the Zealot difficulty, which is the normal difficulty. And this will maybe not get the stream taken down. Let's hope. Let me kind of skip past some things here. All right. And we'll get that soundtrack too. Was Beyond Good and Evil such a highlight because he played Primal first? Yes, actually. Yeah. I kind of said as much in my review, but I really had to tone down my opinion of it, just because it was like the first remotely playable game of this whole year. So I was pretty nice to it because of that. It's certainly not nearly as bad as Primal. Not nearly. But yeah, I initially rated it far too high. I think I gave it a B+. Or I said I was going to give it a B+ when I originally finished it on stream. And I think we'll go down one more click on that. Alright. Dante's Inferno is a hack and slash that once again proves you need more than a pretty exterior to make a good game. The aesthetics don't shy away from a haunting and grotesque depiction of hell and its denizens that also thankfully doesn't overstep its bounds into being pure gore porn like Agony or Outlast 2. And the music evokes both senses of wonder and dread at the appropriate times. But the gameplay of Dante's Inferno is absolute amateur hour. It's hard to even know where to begin with this game, so I guess let's start with the base moveset. First of all, you have a block, a parry, and a dodge. Given the speed of this game's combat, the dodge will usually be the only viable option in most cases, outside of certain enemy types that require the parry. Problem is that the dodge only goes in 4 directions, and will almost always never go in the direction you tell it to. I don't know why this has been such a trend lately in the games I've been playing, but how hard could it possibly be to just make the dodge go in the direction the player tells it to? This wasn't a problem in Demon's Souls at all, by the way. So, I know it's not a me thing. This causes you to constantly take damage that you should be avoiding. The dodge does at least have some amount of iframes, so it could certainly be worse, but considering your most viable defensive option doesn't work in the way it should, it puts an enormous damper on all of the gameplay. Let me zoom in a bit more here so I can read easier. I know I'm an old man. My old eyes can't read this tiny 24-point font. I do need to get glasses, though, one of these days. As far as your basic attacks go, you have one light combo, which can be interrupted with one heavy finisher. So the base combat is actually very similar to a game that came out the same year, Lords of Shadow? That actually has CC in your basic moveset. God of War Ghost of Sparta, I guess, is similar. Regardless, you also have a grab attack, which can be used to automatically kill minor enemies or as a finisher for larger ones, and a Holy Cross as your only base ranged attack, which fires projectiles in a straight line, and upgrades into a spread shot the more you upgrade it. The point is that given this is a hack and slash, you will be constantly swarmed with aggressive enemies. But aside from the light attack of your scythe, which takes several swings to get to the part of its moveset with horizontal strikes, and the Holy Cross, which is about as effective as other Dante's pistols at dealing damage unless you upgrade it, there is almost zero crowd control in this game, with very minor exceptions. The way the upgrade system works is that there are 2 paths, holy and unholy. Both paths have tiers that need to be unlocked by gaining XP in each, which is done through either punishing or absolving the basic enemies, which you do by grabbing them, along with various famous figures of yore that are rotting in hell. Each tier also upgrades the damage of your scythe in the unholy path and the Holy Cross in the holy path. So you can't just upgrade whatever you like. You have to spend time investing in either path to get to the unlock the useful powers. Excuse me. This is an issue because the unholy path is utter dog shit. It has almost no crowd control whatsoever, so you will constantly be pounded into the ground with nothing you can do about it, especially by the enemies in Lust and Greed's stages, which absolutely necessitate having good crowd control. Shut the fuck up, Virgil. No time for your shit. What makes this worse is that the unholy path is typically used to upgrade your scythe. While it's typically used to upgrade your scythe, it only gives you special attacks, most of which cause mana, and there isn't an upgrade that boosts the actual moveset of your scythe, meaning that you're going to be spamming the same 1 or 2 abilities that do the most damage the whole game. Rather than actually utilizing your primary weapon, just spam mana abilities or focus attacks all game, because especially because even if you spend the time to upgrade every tier, the scythe still does shit for damage, as far as the basic moveset is concerned. This is in contrast to the Holy Path, where spamming your cross for the whole game is easily your best attack, and depending on what you upgrade, perhaps your only viable attack. While we're talking about upgrades, regardless of tree, there are 2 health upgrades and 2 mana upgrades that you can get for each. Problem with that is, they're fucking bugged. As soon as you die or quit the game, the extra health and mana you got is reset, and you don't get those souls back. This was somehow never patched, at least on 360. Brilliant. This means that 1/8 of the upgrades are straight up honeypots that screw you over. The only even remotely decent CC that you get on the Unholy Path is the Vile Tornado, which is okay, but the range is very short and it stuns you for a second after finishing it, leaving you open to attack. Thankfully, you can get it rather quick, because if you do go down that route, you'll be spamming that one attack throughout the entire game. It's mostly the same for the Holy Path, but there are a few more options. When upgraded, your Holy Cross provides some of the best CC in the game, though that's not saying much. You also have a move that pulls enemies into you for a finisher, not that you actually have anything to capitalize on it with when going down that path, so it's mostly useless. The only thing you could capitalize on that with is martyrdom, I think, in the Holy Path, where you blow yourself up for most of your health. This tree works pretty much exactly the same as the Unholy Tree in practice, though. You have about 2 viable attacks, the Holy Cross and Martyrdom, which you'll spam throughout the entire game because they're the only things that do any damage. This path is also preoccupied with giving you ways of mitigating damage and restoring health. This, more than anything, is what makes the Holy Path vastly more viable, because so much of this game is taking nonsense damage. Whether it's the dodge not working, the enemies having one-frame attacks that you can't react to, enemies having random hyper armor, enemies breaking out of stun locks seemingly whenever they want in order to counter you, enemies that have no viable attack avenues without taking damage, enemies with unavoidable attack patterns, etc., etc., etc. You will be constantly taking damage in this game with very little you can do about it. This is especially true of the final boss, which I have absolutely no idea how anyone manages to beat without just healing through all of his bullshit. Of particular annoyance are the enemies introduced in Lust's stage, where I could never find a method of damaging them that they wouldn't dodge and sometimes unavoidably counter. The only thing I found actually was spamming the Holy Cross during my, well, we'll talk about that. Was spamming the Holy Cross. If I just attacked them with my scythe, or if I tried to grab them at all, they'd immediately, like, tech in a one-frame dodge out of it and counter me. And I think as far as, like, what I had at the time, I tried everything on the Unholy Path, but nothing worked. There's also the aptly named pests. These enemies fly around the arena and shoot fireballs at you, which do a lot of damage and stun you. There's not a good way of dealing with these enemies. If you jump up to slash one of them, then the other 5 pests in the arena will shoot the hell out of you, while the one you're trying to attack flies away. You'd think you could spam the Holy Cross to take them out, and that does sometimes work, but not in most cases, since in most encounters, you'll be fighting a bunch of other ground enemies along with the pests, and the Holy Cross always targets the ground enemies instead of the pests, even when you're in the air. Skip forward a bit here. We might have to skip past Lust's stage. Almost certainly. So you basically just have to keep an eye on them and dodge their shots if you can, while dealing with all the other ground enemies, which, unsurprisingly, leads to a lot of unavoidable damage. Why do I know so much about how both upgrade paths play, by the way? Well, I started the game on the Unholy Path, and it was almost completely unplayable and incredibly frustrating, but I still tried to brute force my way through. However, I got to a section in Greed's stage where I had 1 HP with no method of healing and had to fight some of the most unfair enemies in the game, those being the Lust enemies that I literally couldn't attack without taking damage at the time. Yeah, some of the most unfair enemies in the game that I had no way of killing without taking damage. This happened because the game oftentimes has save statues with no health or mana restoration fonts. So there are many points at which you can very easily screw yourself over if you barely scrape by through a tough section and then save the game. That's right, 3.5 hours into my first playthrough in this 2010 video game, I got straight up soft-locked. I could not find a way to progress. And this is one of the very rare times when I didn't save in multiple slots. Immediately fucking punished for my hubris. In thinking, oh, it's a 2010 game, you know, it's fine. It'll be fine. But you know what? The game that taught me to save in multiple slots was fucking Skyrim. Oh, man. Let's see here. So, I restarted the game on the Holy Path and breezed through the entire thing because it's so overpowered by comparison. So that's what the 7 hours plus 3.5 hours was. 3.5 hours was my first playthrough. On the Unholy Path, there are only 2 methods of restoring your HP. There are the God of War-esque health fonts, which you of course have to mash B to open, and they're occasionally next to save points, but most times not. They're oftentimes placed in combat arenas where you can't get a moment's reprieve to open them, and of course they don't even restore that much of your health. You also have the rare redemption power, which takes a long time to build up, but gives you invincibility and increased damage and speed whilst restoring your health. Oh yeah, speaking of redemption, one of the powers you get in the Holy Path is just redemption, but better, because you can use it with mana instead of having to build it up. The game balance is staggering. God, I could talk about how shit the combat is for another 2 hours, but this game is so bad that I don't want to turn it into a full review, so let's just move on. Aside from combat, you have the occasional elementary school platforming section, a couple hand-wavy puzzles, and that's about it for the gameplay. The only other thing to mention is that when you absolve the people rotting in hell, you play DDR to get the souls from them. Jak 3, is that you? This is a really easy and boring 40 seconds every single time you need to free a soul, which is probably every 10 minutes or so. There's 2 additional problems with it though. First is that I'm pretty sure it's bugged, unsurprising given this game, but with a frequency of about 1 or twice per absolution, the X button would simply fail to register. And yes, I booted up Rock Band and made sure it wasn't my controller. Not the biggest problem in the world, but still annoying. Then, the most major collectible that you're trying to find throughout the game are the 3 stones to restore your wife's cross. But this, what this gives you is the ability to auto-absolve people, but doing so is objectively worse than manually absolving them, so it's completely worthless unless you want to save yourself a bit of time while getting far fewer souls. Any player that even has their eyes open during the DDR section should get at least 40 points, which gives you an additional 1,200 souls. But if you use the auto-absolve, it only gives you, I'm not making this up, 300 souls. What a slap in the fucking face for being diligent enough to find all 3 stones. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I guess it was so shit that I blocked it out. Excuse me. I guess it was so shit that I blocked it out. Right before the final boss, this game pads itself out in the worst way possible. You have to do 10 encounters in a row that are nothing more than challenge maps. This isn't some side mode that you can do if you're somehow dumb enough to like this game. This isn't some trashy DLC like the Trials of St. Lucia that the devs shit out in a week. This is a requirement to finish the game, and the maps are so goddamn awful too. They each have an extremely strict challenge for you to accomplish. Like, for example, there's one challenge where you have to stay in the air for 8 full seconds. As far as I know, there is literally one way to do this, and that's to use a launcher and then spam the grab attack 4 times. Another one is that you have to survive increasingly difficult enemies for 5 minutes straight. And there's also one where your health is constantly draining. If I was still playing on the Unholy Path by this point and didn't have insane health regen, then this would have been a complete brick wall for me. Regardless of your build, there's going to be at least one challenge that completely fucks you over and will be made nearly impossible. The one I had the most trouble on is having to maintain a combo for the entire combat section. You'd think this wouldn't be that hard, but plenty of actions that should keep your combo going, like critical attacks, don't. And by critical attacks, I especially mean like grabbing enemies and absolving them. Like it's in Arkham, when you do a special attack, like taking out someone's shield or something like that, it doesn't fucking wipe your combo. But that game's good. Oh man. So the challenge, or the combo challenge, there was literally one way that I could find to do it, and that was spamming the Holy Cross. If you hadn't upgraded the Holy Cross at all by this point, since you went down the Unholy Path, then I, again, have truly no goddamn idea how you would beat this encounter outside of pure luck. This is garbage padding at its absolute worst. I have never seen a pre-8th gen game. I've never seen in a pre-8th gen game such a blatantly disgusting attempt at wasting the player's time. And right before the final boss, too. These cocksuckers knew what they were doing. That's for sure. Finally, I guess I'll give a brief mention to the story. I've never read the Inferno, so I am in no way qualified to critique this story, but to me it just seems like an extremely bare-bones retelling of the novel with a different twist on the protagonist. Basically, Dante did a bunch of bad shit during the Crusades, which landed him in hell, and left his wife to be tortured by Lucifer. He eventually frees her soul, but she was just the bait to get Dante to free Lucifer, so that Lucifer could take him as a vessel, I think, and then somehow return to heaven. Frankly, it's not really clear. Aside from the setting itself, there's nothing of interest here. Dante's quote-unquote character arc is entirely unearned, and the narrative in no way stands on its own. Then, of course, the game baits a sequel at the end, my favorite. Maybe it would be a bit more interesting if I was familiar with the source material, but I'm not going to read a book that long that I otherwise have little interest in, with only the vague hope that it might make the story of a bad game just a little bit better. Thank God I turned down the music. There's also only one ending, so even if you punish every denizen of hell you see, and only use unholy magic the entire game, you'll still be redeemed and have your soul taken to heaven in the end. What a lazy sack of shit. Alright, have we talked about this long enough? Can I move on with my life now? This game is pretty terrible. Just like its protagonist, who puts on a costume of being a fine, upstanding Christian, but is truly rotten to the core, Dante's Inferno looks and sounds good on the outside, but as soon as you sit down and play it all the way through, you'll realize that the putrid, gruesome, and for lack of a better term, hellish visuals really were perfectly indicative of the experience entire. Dante's Inferno is a D- game, and it is receiving a score of 3.0 out of 10. Where are you, son of a bitch? Go down there where you belong. Oh, I also moved Primal to the F tier. I forgot about that. My bad. I think, let's see, where is it? Oh, I actually moved it to the bottom of F tier, below Crash Bandicoot and Lego Star Wars 3. Yeah. I think my justification for that is that it's not fixable. Like, Lego Star Wars 3, you can fix, quote-unquote, fix a lot of it by just not 100%ing it. Which, granted, is what I would consider to be the intended way to play a Lego game, but, you know, the option to not 100% it is there. And then Crash Bandicoot, if you use save states, then that relieves a lot of my problems with the game. Not most, but a lot. Many. Crash 2, just letting you save after every level, immediately put it a tier or two above. But let's see here. Dante's Inferno, yes, is where it belongs, I believe. Let me check my big list here. Yep. It actually went just below Castle of Illusion. But I started this game with Riley in like September of last year, October maybe. And goddamn, neither of us wanted to play it. And after I softlocked, I just finished it on my own time. Oh man. Alright. Our next game. The Inferno was written between 1308 and 1321. I did not know that. As in, like, Are you saying that's pre-Crusades? I think whatever the novel was about, it had little to do with the game. You're kind of putting the cart before the horse there, my man. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to jump to conclusions here, but I'm pretty sure that the game took inspiration from the novel. Our next game is a little game called F.E.A.R. All of the Crusades? Okay. I assume all. The story and actual morals portrayed? Well, not every piece of art is like what we have nowadays, where people only care about depicting themes that are relevant to the last 3 years or so. Like Star Wars, for example, is a story that people will still be studying for a long time. Not just because it references the Vietnam War. But that's alright, we have something that doesn't reference anything, really. And fascism, yeah. Precisely. Alright. Get the F.E.A.R soundtrack going. Does this include Perseus? I don't think it does. Okay. Because we'll probably get to the end of this soundtrack by the time we finish with this shit. Oh, this is the best track in the game. Alright. F.E.A.R. First Encounter Assault Recon I played on PC. I had a playtime of 9 hours, and I have now, unfortunately, played it thrice. And I also played on the extreme difficulty for the majority of the game. I think I started playing on extreme in interval 4. So at least the latter 2/3 of the game I was playing on extreme. I don't even know where to begin with F.E.A.R, except to say that I am once again thoroughly underwhelmed by a first-person shooter that is held in far, far higher regard than it actually deserves to be. Similar to that other game that I'm still making a video on, I swear, the praise that is heaped onto F.E.A.R is so psychotically overblown that I'm left wondering if the people that claim to love it have even played it, or indeed if they have played any other first-person shooters ever. So join me on a journey as I rip and tear until it's done, because everyone else is a fucking idiot. Let's start off with the basics. F.E.A.R has 9 guns in totality. That's not a horrible starting number, but the AI is so good we'll get there. F.E.A.R has 9 guns in totality. That's not a horrible starting number. I've certainly seen worse. I've played 2. But let's get into the finer details, and you'll start to see why that's such an issue. First of all, let's talk about the MP50 repeating cannon, the ASP rifle, and the Mod 3 multi-rocket launcher. The ASP rifle is mostly well-balanced with 50 damage per bullet in a 3-round burst, and it has a scope. However, the recoil is incredibly inconsistent, which makes it annoying and inconsistent to use. You can only one burst someone if you hit, let's see, at least 2 shots in the head. But sometimes the burst will go like very little recoil, all 3 bullets right into the head, and sometimes it'll go pum pum pum, like really high recoil. And it seems to alternate between the two, which is fucking annoying. Rather than it being an actual like spray pattern like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty would have. It's inconsistent to use, however, that's not the primary problem with it. I found the ASP a grand total of 4 times in the entire game out of a total 5 possible opportunities, and each time it barely had 1 magazine's worth of ammo. This isn't a power weapon either, it's just a regular gun. Ergo, this weapon effectively does not exist within the sandbox. But it looks so fun. A lot of games look fun in the first 30 seconds, maybe even the first hour. But, does it continue? Like, you know, Stranglehold is, like, the best game ever. for the first half hour. And then, you know, things kind of start to go down the toilet a little bit. How's the music volume, by the way? It's supposed to be ambient in this game anyway, but let me turn it up a bit. It's fine? Okay. I got it a total of 4 times out of 5 possible opportunities. This isn't a power weapon either, it's just a regular gun. Ergo, this gun effectively does not exist within the sandbox. Then you have the MP50 repeating cannon, which also always has half a magazine of ammo or less for it when you pick it up. I got it in the game a grand total of 3 times out of a total 5 possible opportunities, and one of those times I didn't even get to use it because it's at the very end of the campaign where the game steals all your guns for no reason. I mean, seriously, the end of the game seems like it's gearing you up for a huge final boss, but then you just lose all your baller weapons in a cutscene and then have to pick up a bunch of shitty ones. Also, there's no final boss. We'll get to enemy types though, don't you fucking worry. Where was I? Those 5 total possible opportunities to get the gun are actually giving the game way too much credit, because 2 of those opportunities are in chapters 10 and 11, which both chapters are barely interactive cutscenes that give 0 reason to use the weapon. The MP50 cannon is also introduced incredibly late into the game in chapter 8. There are 11 chapters in total, but like I said, chapters 10 and 11 are just story chapters. This means that, doubly so, this gun effectively does not exist. Finally, you have the Mod 3 rocket launcher. I got this gun thrice, once again, during my entire playthrough, out of a total of 5 opportunities, one of which was right before the game took my guns away. This weapon effectively does not exist. Though, it's probably the least offensive of the 3, since it's the most powerful weapon, and at least it's spread throughout the campaign a little bit more, appearing in chapters 6, 8, and 9. But it is, of course, still far too heavily backloaded and too uncommon. So we're already down to 6 actual weapons. Let's talk about them. Since every actual firearm in this game is directly ripped from real life with a name changed, I'll refer to them as their real-life counterparts for the sake of convenience. You have the VK-12 shotgun, which I'll refer to as the Spaz-12, the G2A2 assault rifle, which I'll refer to as the SL8, the RPL SMG, which I'll refer to as the MP5K, the AT-14, which I'll refer to as the USP, and outside of firearms ripped from real life, you have the 10mm HV penetrator and the Type 7 particle weapon. Also, the ASP rifle rips off the TAR-21, in case you were curious. The MP5K is the starting gun of the game, and... No. Turn that down. Every time I want to try and turn it up, it's gonna have some section like that. The MP5K is the starting gun of the game, and you will immediately trade it out for literally anything else. 20 minutes into the game, you get the SL8 assault rifle, which, unlike its real-life counterpart, is fully automatic, and it statistically outclasses the MP5K in every single way. It does 50% more damage per bullet while only firing 25% slower. It has effectively just as many bullets in the magazine. It's much more accurate and has much lower recoil. It receives no meaningful movement penalty, and ammo for it is omnipresent throughout the entire game. As soon as I had the opportunity to compare the two, I never used the MP5K again. This gun is so bad that I actually thought I was going to get the opportunity to dual-wield it, but nope. It's just a useless piece of crap. If we're being more fair to the game than it deserves, I'd say that the only even remotely notable advantage that the MP5K has over the SL8 is that while zoomed in and on the move, it is somewhat more accurate than the SL8. But doing so slows your movement speed to such a snail's pace that utilizing this tactic during a firefight would be suicidal. Ergo, it's irrelevant. So we're down to 5 guns. Then you have the Spaz shotgun. Every video I've seen on this game claims that this shotgun is the greatest thing since unpatched MW2 models, but there's so many problems with this notion that it may very well be the best argument for determinism that I've ever come across. First of all, every time you fire the shotgun, it does 30 damage per pellet, and each shell contains 6 pellets for a grand total of 180 damage. Guess how much HP the most common enemies in the game have? That's right, 180. This means that if you miss a single pellet, you will not one-shot the majority of enemies in the game. Missing a single pellet is also incredibly easy to do, since the Spaz has an enormous hipfire spread, especially when running, which is typically what you're doing with a shotgun. In order to one-shot without zooming in, which again slows down your movement to a crawl, so it isn't viable with a shotgun, you have to be absolutely barrel stuffing most of the enemies in the game. And even then, you'll need a headshot. You'll either need to headshot and have most of your pellets... Jesus. Hold on, sorry. I can't read my own writing. You have to be absolutely barrel stuffing most of the enemies in the game, and even then, you'll need to headshot and have most of your pellets land to one-shot the more advanced replicas. I'm not even talking about the armored enemies, just the more advanced variants of dude. Most shotguns in Call of Duty, a series that I'll remind you is constantly ridiculed for its unrealistically ineffective shotguns, are more effective than this dog crap. Actually, that's an understatement, because even some of the worst shotguns in COD history, like the Black Ops 3 KRM, would still always one-shot at close range. As well, not one-shotting an enemy if you miss a single pellet also makes the shotgun feel incredibly inconsistent, because even if you are close to the enemy, all it takes is that one pellet missing, and suddenly the enemies aren't going down when it feels like they should. The second one was fine there, he just aim punched the fuck out of me. I thought that guy was certainly dead before I heard him. Oh man. This is a shotgun that can't one-shot kill consistently, even with perfect aim, unless you're at point-blank range and luckily hit all 6 pellets in the body, or at least 3 in the head and 2 in the body. Even so, this would be fine if it were semi-auto, but it's not. The devs decided to go with the vastly less interesting option of making the Spaz a pump-action shotgun with a pitiful rate of fire of 88. If you don't know, the Spaz is capable of both pump-action and semi-automatic operation in real life. This slow pump-action rate of fire means that when the Spaz never one-taps anything, you'll be taking obscene amounts of damage while waiting for the protagonist, known as the point man, to pump the action for another shell. On harder difficulties, even though the enemies don't have increased health, the impotency and inconsistency of this weapon makes it entirely useless. Something else that makes the Spaz worthless is quite simply the lackadaisical movement speed of the point man. Due to your sloth-like movement, it makes it very difficult to close the gap with enemies, so unless they charge at you, which they almost never do, you'll constantly be in situations where you're trying to close the gap with enemies to get some good damage off on them, but you can't do it without taking mountains of damage. I should have said before we started that F.E.A.R is like a Dark Souls 3 type situation. Not quite that bad. I think I have 12 or 13 pages on it, but we're gonna be here for a second, so if you want to get a snack. Want to step out to get some air, have a smoke, feel free. Oh man. Frankly, I have no idea why they made the base movement speed so slow. The point man moves like molasses, and he has a lean, hyper-accurate, long-range weaponry, and he takes a lot of damage very quickly, but he also has a bunch of stupid-looking melee attacks, slow-mo powers, and a shotgun that's garbage outside of point-blank range. Ah, I see. That was a comma that I should have read. He has a lean, hyper-accurate long-range weaponry, and he takes a lot of damage very quickly, but also has a bunch of dumb melee attacks, slow-mo powers, and a shotgun that's garbage. Is this supposed to be a slow tactical shooter or a fast-paced run-and-gun shooter? The game can't decide. Regardless, the movement speed is another aspect of the weapon balancing that's completely thrown by the wayside. The weapons with the fastest movement speed, the USP and Spaz, are just 12.5% faster than the HV Penetrator, which is supposed to be a heavy weapon. This is like as fast as you move, by the way. Like in the long play, like this is the movement speed. He's not walking or anything. Just so you know. Let's see here. The fastest weapons are just 12.5% faster than the HV Penetrator, which is supposed to be a heavy weapon. Even the heaviest weapons in the game, like the launchers, only slow your movement speed by 20%. This is so subtle that even I, an FPS veteran of 25 years, could barely notice the movement speed difference when switching directly between the two. I mean, I don't even have to throw stats at you, just look at the damn gameplay. This movement speed is not conducive to using a shotgun effectively, or any other close-range weapons for that matter. The Spaz... that reads to me like it depends on the situation. It doesn't, though. as we'll talk about. See, if it actually had different scenarios, different encounters for that, then sure, that's fine. But it doesn't. What I'm saying is that you have weapons that the sandbox and the abilities of the player character make worthless. The encounter design is also to blame for that, but we'll get there. Let's see here. The Spaz doesn't even have the highest theoretical DPS in the game among the non-power weapons. As long as enemies can be headshot, that distinction belongs to the SL8, which is just kind of sad that a Spaz can be outperformed by a basic assault rifle at close range. So let's review. The Spaz has bad one-shot potential, a bad rate of fire, it's inconsistent, it's inaccurate, your movement speed with it is shit, and its DPS isn't even good. Just because a gun sounds nice and turns enemies into red mist on very rare occasion doesn't make it a good shotgun. If you want an actually good Spaz 12, and also a vastly better video game, go play Soldier of Fortune. In that game, the Spaz is semi-automatic, it blows people's limbs off, it kills in one shot, has pretty decent range, and you can also move more than 4 miles an hour while holding it. But in F.E.A.R, this shotgun is borderline unusable unless you're playing on baby difficulty. And even then, it's still by far the worst gun in the game. I would even take the MP5K over it, because at least I know that gun won't get me killed from non-functionality, and it has an effective range of more than 2 feet. That's assuming the enemies could ever kill me, but we'll get there. I'm not saying make the Spaz in F.E.A.R like the one in Soldier of Fortune. I'm saying make it a good weapon within its own sandbox. You want to make it semi-auto? Great. I think that would work well. Reduce the amount of ammo for it lying around, keep the damage and accuracy the same, and double the rate of fire from the current 88 to around 175. Then you would have a weapon worth using. You want to make it pump action? Great. Don't make it a Spaz, because that flattens the weapon's cool factor. Make it a Mossberg 590, and have it actually one-shot people with consistency from a decent range if your aim is on point. As it stands now, this gun sucks theoretically, it sucks in practice, it's not unique, it's not fun to use, it lacks power, it lacks character, and it lacks a reason for anyone to use it. So, I believe we're down to 4 guns. Let's move on to one of this game's few semi-creative weapons, the 10mm HV Penetrator. I could try to get you guys some gameplay of it. You get it in, like, Omnis, right? I think he has it there. This is essentially a... Yes, that is it, by the way. This is essentially a fully automatic spike thrower. Its spikes do 35 damage per shot, it fires at 300 RPM, and it has a 25 round mag. It's also laser accurate, even while firing on the move in full auto. So as long as you're zoomed in, this gun is actually almost well balanced for once when compared to the SL8. Because while its DPS is lower, the insane accuracy makes it so that you can easily fire every single round into an enemy's head regardless of range, so it rewards skillful play. Or at least it would, in theory, if the headshot multiplier was 2 times damage like it should be. But no, against non-heavy armors, it's 1.5 times, meaning that the penetrator needs at least 3 headshots to kill even the weakest replica forces. He's using the ASP here now, though. Hell, it doesn't even kill the weakest enemies in the game in a single headshot.
Get down!
Yeah, boy. Those aren't the weakest enemies in the game, but they're pretty close. And to take my word for it, it still wouldn't kill them. You can't tell me that it's fun to shoot an unhelmeted enemy in the head with a spike thrower and have them not go down in one shot. Considering the DPS of the SL8 is 26% greater, the damage multiplier on the headshots means that you'll have to hit twice as many headshots for the penetrator to be the better gun, and considering the SL8 is already quite accurate, it's probably not going to happen at anything aside from very long range, which you're almost never fighting at in this game, since literally anything... since literally the entire game occurs in the tight quarters of drab, monotonous industrial sectors. But we'll get there. Let's actually not... I want to skip past this part here, because it'll come up later. To be accurate, the HP penetrator does have significantly better armor penetration than the SL8, making it good for killing the heavy armors and Rev 6 replicas, but it's inferior against all of the regular enemies. This also isn't a good niche for it to fill, since both MIDI-type bosses are so rare within the campaign, and they're also far more effectively taken out by explosives. But once again, that bridge will be crossed. To get back on topic, the HP penetrator isn't even theoretically as powerful as the basic assault rifle, even if you were to make every single round a headshot. So we are now down to 3 weapons. Even if that wasn't the case, though, I think the devs still made a very large misstep with the penetrator. In both design and function, this gun still just feels like a slightly different flavor of SL8 or any other generic assault rifle, and that's due to a couple factors. First is that it still feels like a regular assault rifle, just with a slower rate of fire and higher damage and accuracy. They already have a gun that does this. It's called the ASP. As we've established, that gun doesn't exist, but I'm trying to fix the sandbox here, so the penetrator needs to fill a different niche. This gun is cool when you first pick it up, but especially as enemies get tankier toward the end of the game, and you need to put 3 or 4 spikes into their head for them to go down, it really starts to lose its luster rather quickly. A spike thrower that I need to hit 3 or 4 headshots with to take down a single enemy is so impotent that it just feels like a regular assault rifle. It's utterly pathetic, and it removes most of the gun's potential cool factor. I think a vastly better direction I think a vastly better direction to take this weapon in would have been to cut its rate of fire in half to 150, and then make the spikes always 1-shot Armacam security, 2-shot body shot, or 1-shot headshot the standard replicas, and then 3-shot body shot the elite replicas at the end of the game. Also, reduce the absurd amount of ammo that you can find for it during the campaign. Finally, this is the kicker, make it a projectile weapon. This is the biggest thing holding the penetrator back from feeling like a unique gun. It's still a hit-scan weapon. For those unaware, FPS games have 2 types of weapons, hit-scan and projectile. Projectile means that, like real life, the rounds from the gun have travel time and potentially also bullet drop depending on the game. Hit scan means that if your weapon is pointed at an enemy when you pull the trigger, it instantaneously hits the enemy, like shooting them with a laser. If you ever play Call of Duty and then immediately switch to Battlefield, you'll understand the difference between the two very quickly. COD almost always has hit scan firearms, and Battlefield almost always has projectiles. So with that context, back to F.E.A.R. Despite being a spike thrower, the penetrator doesn't feel impactful, and it doesn't feel weighty because the spikes don't do enough damage, and it operates in practice like any other gun in the game, all of which are hit scan, aside from the rocket launcher. Instead of needing to lead your shots to compensate for the enormous projectiles that you're firing, you are just aiming at the head and pulling the trigger. Now obviously, pinning enemies to walls is great. It already has that going for it. But right now, that's the only saving grace of the weapon, and the changes that I would make to it would make the gun vastly more unique and impactful. Plus, the weapon would feel a lot more skillful and rewarding to use, which would pair well with the slow motion powers of the protagonist, giving you more time to line up clean shots and properly compensate for bullet travel and gravity. Let's talk about the SL8 next, since I've been mentioning it offhand so much. This is basically the bread and butter weapon throughout the whole game, and it's what the majority of enemy soldiers will be using. So this is essentially the weapon that the sandbox was built around, like the M6D pistol from Halo 1 or Tracer from Overwatch. This is the baseline we're working with. The SL8 has high damage at 22 per bullet. It has a fast fire rate of 600 RPM, giving it among the non-power weapons the highest theoretical DPS in the game if you're considering that it can headshot consistently at close to medium range. It also has high accuracy and low recoil. It's the second most accurate gun after the HV penetrator. It has a large magazine of 45 rounds. It has no meaningful movement penalties, and you'll always have more ammo than you can carry for it. It is literally good at everything, and it's a more than adequate weapon for every single engagement. You could use just this weapon throughout the entire game if you wanted to and never feel put out. Hold on a minute, I think I'm starting to see why this game has balance problems. When your baseline sandbox weapon is this strong, it makes it very difficult to have meaningful variations on it with your other weapons. We see that with the MP5K, which again, the SL8 outclasses in every way. We see that with the Spaz, with the Penetrator, and we also see it with one of the other primary weapons, the USP. The USP has some of the best sound design of any of the weapons, and it's also surprisingly one of the better guns in the game since it has the highest damage per bullet of any of the non-power weapon that is actually in the game and usable. So not the ASP, but everything else. It can also be used akimbo, which gives it an even higher... The akimbo is dual wield, if you don't know what that means. Gives it an even higher fire rate than the HV penetrator and 36 rounds in the collective magazines, all while boasting essentially identical accuracy, recoil, and DPS to the SL8. Something else that I really like about it is that the point man doesn't just alternate between shooting each pistol once. Sometimes he'll alternate, and sometimes he'll shoot 2 or 3 bullets out of one and then 2 or 3 out of the other, which thankfully the devs had the care to have the rounds expended from each pistol still add up to 18 by the end. That's nice. I like that. So all that said, what's the problem with the USP then? Well, it's basically non-existent for the entire back half of the game. So, 2.5 guns, at best. It's closer to 2 statistically, but it's at least mechanically distinctive from the SL8, so I'll give it a pass. While it's in the game, the akimbo USPs are a fun addition, but again, they're not powerful enough and lack their own niche. Even though the USPs are slightly less accurate, they still have, slightly less DPS than the SL8, which does not feel very good. Semi-automatic weapons take more effort to fire and aim accurately than their full auto counterparts, so they should have higher theoretical DPS. The USPs are far from this game's worst offense, but they should have been made either with more damage per bullet or with a higher max fire rate and slightly reduced accuracy. I clocked the fire rate at about 320 rounds per minute, so just slightly higher than the HV penetrator. They should have been made either with more damage per bullet or with a higher max fire rate and slightly reduced accuracy. Personally, I'd prefer the latter since they're supposed to be 40 Smith & Wesson and have such a high mag capacity. I'd make them kind of like the Halo 2 pistols, but actually good. Then they'd fill a specific niche of being close to medium range damage dealers, kind of like the MP5K is supposed to be. Again, there's absolutely no salvaging this weapon sandbox as it stands, but I'm trying my best to provide suggestions that would make the game not suck. Some people might say, well, it's a pistol, it's supposed to suck, but I would sit that person down, make them play Halo and 13 until they understand how a weapon sandbox is supposed to work, and then we can both move on with our lives. No, a weapon in an FPS should never just suck. That starter pistol mentality is mostly a holdover from Doom, and it's something that this genre should have moved past by now. Make every gun good at something, but no gun should be good at everything. F.E.A.R. Below average at everything is fine, good even, in some cases, like the Halo Reach assault rifle, but no gun should be more than adequate for every scenario, and no gun should be utterly useless. Finally, our last gun is the Type 7 particle weapon. This is a plasma cannon that fires a beam which disintegrates the clothing and flesh of an enemy, leaving behind only a charred corpse. Charred skeleton. Fucking awesome. This is as close as F.E.A.R gets to making a fun, unique weapon. Only problem is, it is once again too weak. I can try to, this chapter should have a Type 7 somewhere in there. Only problem is, it is once again too weak, both in function and in flavor. It has a 10-round magazine and a decent fire rate of 60. That's just a regular assault rifle. This should be the Spartan laser of this game, and yet it can't penetrate through walls, it fires too quickly, and it leaves behind a weird out-of-place staticky effect after it fires, even though it's a plasma weapon. Consider this. Instead of how it is now, when you zoom in, the scope isn't just a regular scope, it can see through walls. Then you have to hold down the trigger for it to fire. Not a long wind-up, but something you feel, maybe half a second, and then it one-shot body shots every non-armored enemy in the game. Hell, I'd even make it one-shot headshot the heavy armor replicas. I'd put more of them in the game too, but yeah. We'll get there. It penetrates through enemies to hit enemies behind them and one-shots them as well. Plus, it goes directly through practically every wall and cover in the game, and only leaves a tiny smoldering hole where it entered. When you shoot an enemy with it, you hear a half-second scream of pure agony that's cut off as their body disintegrates, and then the sound of their bones clattering to the floor. Then the other soldiers panic in abject horror as they try to come to grips with watching their friend get smote before their eyes. That's what this weapon should feel like. It should feel like you're wielding the grenades the Green Goblin has in 2002 Spider-Man, but in gun form. This thing should feel like you're firing a weapon that's so powerful it shouldn't even exist. Give it one round in the magazine, and then you have to reload it, and it burns your hand while you do it because the expended battery is so hot. That would be a unique gun that would be fun and impactful to use. Maybe a little close to the far side in Perfect Dark, but it's the sound effects, the operation, and the effect it has on the enemy that make it unique and stand out. As it's currently implemented, the Type 7 is cool because of the bodies it leaves behind, but nothing else. In its operation and its impact, it's no different than a regular assault rifle that you'll find in any generic sci-fi FPS. I'll give it another half point. So there you go. There is the weapon sandbox of F.E.A.R. 3 of the 9 guns are so rare they may as well not exist. The shotgun is garbage, the SMG is feeble, the pistol is halfway to being decent, but it lacks a niche and disappears for the latter half of the game. The penetrator is generic and ineffectual, the Type 7's operation is dissonant with its flavor. And the Type 7's operation is dissonant with its flavor. This game has 2 guns. 2 passable guns. I have now spent almost 5 pages talking about just F.E.A.R's guns alone because they are some of the worst balanced, most anemic, most forgettable handful of weapons I've seen in an FPS game in a recent memory. And if you can't nail the guns, of your first-person shooter, you've got nothing. Truly nothing. But the problems this game faces are just beginning. Intermission. I'm gonna go get another drink. Oh boy. What a game. Best FPS of all time. One of the best. One of the best. FPS game design. You're in my world now, son. Alright. Where the fuck were we? The problems this game faces are just beginning. Fear not, though. I won't spend nearly as much time discussing the other parts of the game, simply because they truly do not warrant it. While we're still talking about the weapons, though, let's give a quick mention to the 3 pieces of equipment, because I know if I don't, then some idiot will spurg out and say my entire review is invalid because I didn't mention them. You have a frag grenade, which explodes on impact, a remote bomb, and proximity mines. The proximity mine is mostly worthless, since the enemy AI is so passive. We'll get there. So chuck those in the bin. Same goes for the remote bomb, unless you just use it like a grenade rather than a defensive device, which kind of ruins the whole point of the thing. Finally, the grenades are at least useful and both sound and look cool. Good job, Monolith. So aside from the weapons, what else is F.E.A.R known for? The AI, of course. Of course. Everyone's heard the story about how a soon-to-be MIT doctor in artificial intelligence would create the GOAP, or Goal-Oriented Action Planning System for F.E.A.R, which was years ahead of its time, and has continued to be one of the greatest AI systems ever made. Everyone's heard the story, but apparently no one has actually played this video game, because it immediately becomes clear that the AI in F.E.A.R is far from special, perhaps even being barely average for the time of release. The apocryphally intelligent AI of F.E.A.R is mostly smoke and mirrors, and even then, that's being a bit generous. The AI will give callouts to each other, often referred to as barks, but the callouts they give are mostly random gibberish that not only can the other AI not react to, but even the enemy giving the bark doesn't do what he says he will, and the barks themselves don't even align with reality. You could be charging right at the enemy only to hear, "He's flanking!" or occasionally get close enough to someone to one-tap them with a shotgun and then hear his teammate scream, "Sniper!" A replica could call out that they're moving up and then stay completely still. Or sometimes, when they're the last remaining member of a squad, they'll call out for reinforcements, which never arrive, even if there's another squad in the next room. These are all enemies that are supposed to be telepathically linked, by the way. This is like an enemy NPC that's staring at a wall and yelling, "There he is!" over and over again. That's what you people are being tricked into thinking is good AI. The only thing the AI does seem pretty good at is running away from you like scared children, even when they have the upper hand in a firefight. If you press their position at all, they'll immediately give up and run away. Or if you stay still and wait for them, they'll never charge you or try to gain a positional advantage, even if they have superior numbers or substantial armor. Of course, apart from a single instance in my 3rd playthrough, the enemies never try to hide from you in any interesting ways. Outside of one single scripted event, they never ambush you or put you on the back foot. They either announce their presence with endless dialogue, or the game allows you to sneak up on them and surprise them, which gives you the opportunity to take out the entire room before they can even react. Part of the AI's problem is that their behavior is partitioned to extremely tiny areas. Similar to Souls enemies, they will never pursue you past a certain point. They'll just sit there and do nothing until you come shoot at them. Unlike Dark Souls, however, this isn't done by intentionally trying to break the game. This happens in most encounters, even if you're trying to play the game normally. The enemies also hardly ever flank or attack you in any alternate ways. I'll grant you that this is in part to do with the comically terrible encounter design and level design of the game, but it's an AI problem all the same. Just like the vast majority of FPS AI in the era of this game's release, the enemies don't pressure you, they don't flank, they hardly ever throw grenades, and they don't move around. They just stand still and wait to be picked off, while occasionally using cover, but never to good effect. Speaking of, that's another thing that the AI of this game is wrongfully praised for, because apparently people have no idea what a scripted event is. Yes, the enemies will sometimes flip over a piece of the environment like a table or cabinet. I say sometimes is far too strong a word. Very occasionally flip over a table or cabinet to give themselves cover. This isn't AI deciding to do this, though. This is just animations playing out on a script. This should be obvious to anyone with a higher IQ than this game's AI, which is clearly the overwhelming minority of its advocates, but this is just an in-game cutscene, not an AI interaction. The proof is in the pudding. Quick save and quick load a scenario and play it differently 10 times, and the quote-unquote AI will do exactly the same thing every time. This happens all throughout the game, too, not with just this particular interaction. The enemies also never do this dynamically, which should have been your first clue. Hell, just seeing them utilize static cover properly is a minor miracle. I'm not saying the game would be better without these scripted events, I don't mind them, but having people wrongfully attribute scripted events to AI behavior is beyond idiotic. The AI of enemy soldiers is also incredibly inconsistent. Sometimes I'll be eating lead the millisecond the pixel of my arm is visible around cover, and sometimes an enemy will be staring at me charging at them for 2 or 3 seconds before even reacting to my presence. I played this game on the hardest difficulty, which is supposed to have the smartest AI, and once, literally once, in 3 playthroughs, did I see the AI do something intelligent, which was to run away and camp in a corner. Halo 1, Far Cry 1, and even Half-Life 1's AI make this game look like a joke, because it is. If anyone thinks F.E.A.R has good AI, I can only assume it's because they're A, dumb as rocks, B, they believe everything they read on the internet, refer back to A, or C, they've never actually played the game before. Because it was obvious, even during my initial playthrough, that F.E.A.R's AI is barely average for the time of release. You don't believe me that the AI of F.E.A.R is that bad? Alright, bet. Guess how many times the enemy soldiers killed me in this game during my first playthrough. I'll remind you that I was playing on extreme difficulty, which is described by the game as being, quote, only for masochists. On this difficulty, the enemies do effectively the exact same damage to you as you do to them, which is a lot. You can die in only a few bullets, especially while not in slow-mo. So all that a competent enemy would have to do is catch me off guard once. My mic is kind of low? What? What? What do you mean? Should I raise it a bit? I didn't, like, turn it down or anything. Is that better? I don't think I had it turned away. Kind of low compared to what? The music's really low. Is this a you problem? I don't know what could be causing that. In OBS, my mic is fine. You can see how it sounds on stream for me real quick. Blah blah blah, testing. Blah blah blah, blah testing. F.E.A.R sucks. Blah blah blah, F.E.A.R sucks. It sounds fine. Are we alright? Are we cool? Oh, bro, you cool? I think it might be on your end. Because everything's going fine over here. Alright, we will assume it's fine and continue on. Since we're not getting a response. Let's see here. Guess how many times the enemy soldiers killed me in this game during my first playthrough. I'll remind you that I was playing on extreme difficulty, which is described by the game as being, quote, only for masochists. On this difficulty, the enemies do effectively the exact same damage to you as you do to them, which is a lot. You can die in only a few bullets, especially while not in slow-mo. So all that a competent enemy would have to do is catch me off guard once, and they'd have me dead to rights. With that context, guess how many times they killed me? 0. Fucking 0. Didn't even come close. Throughout the vast majority of the game, I was drowning in med packs and armor, until the very end of the game in the vault when they start giving you almost 0 resources. But even then, I had so many health packs stored up from previous sections that I hardly even felt the difference. And this was at the point in the game where I was so bored that I was intentionally playing stupidly and taking a lot of damage to see if the enemies could kill me. They couldn't. Despite this being my first playthrough and on the hardest difficulty, despite intentionally trying to get myself killed in the latter fourth of the game, despite the enemies doing a lot of damage, being very accurate, having superior numbers, and apparently being incredibly smart, they couldn't even come close to killing me one time. By the way, I just replayed Halo 3 on Heroic like 2 days ago, and I died many, many times. I was a Halo semi-pro, by the way. But that game actually has good AI and game design. I'm just a gamer god? No. No. There are very, very few other FPSs that I could not die in on the hardest difficulty on my first playthrough. In fact, I don't know if I could think of any. But no, the AI is really good, guys. Come on. A dude told me so. He wrote a whole paper about how good it is. That's why no one uses this AI system anymore, and it's considered antiquated garbage. Shit. Oh, man. Okay, apart? What do you mean? So, despite the enemies doing a lot of damage, being very accurate, having superior numbers, and apparently being incredibly smart, they couldn't even come close to killing me one time. Something's not adding up here. Well, I'll tell you what it is, because again, it's obvious to anyone that's actually played the game. Despite the enemies being theoretically dangerous, they never deliver on that promise because their AI is generously only scraping par. Apart from the things I mentioned, what's my problem with the game's AI? That is my problem. They're dumb. They're dumb, they're ineffectual. They're, what do you call it? Undynamic. It's shitty. It's bad. It's not shitty, but it's very mediocre for time of release. In a post-Halo 2 world, saying that F.E.A.R has good AI is laughable. Credit where credit's due, though. Probably the best thing the AI does is react to your flashlight, and you don't see that in too many games. But you can't call it an innovation when Doom 3 did it the year before. Also, while most of the replicas just stand still and do nothing, especially true of the heavy armors, at least they move if you shoot them. But this is F.E.A.R. I have slow-mo. If you only move after being shot, then I've already put 6 headshots into you, after which point you're either dead, or in the case of the heavy armors, staggered to hell. When did I pause this? Sorry about that. This is the Type 7, by the way, that he's using now. Yeah. Apart from the AI being bad, it's pretty good. Oh my fucking lord. I still have trouble recognizing your comedic stylings sometimes. I think it's mostly a me thing at this point. Oh man. Let's see here. If I haven't killed you, it's by the time you react after getting shot, then you're one of the heavy armors, which is staggered to hell, which just lets me lay into you even more. We lose our soundtrack. Fucking YouTube. Fucking YouTube ass YouTube. So that's F.E.A.R's vaunted AI. It's far from anything special, which should, again, be obvious to anyone who played the game. To continue on with the theme of combat, let's further discuss the enemy types. You have the standard replica forces, the ATC Armacam security, the replica assassins, the replica heavy armor, the Rev 6 powered armor, Armacam defense turrets, the UAVs, and almost nightmare apparitions. Again, that doesn't sound too bad on paper, but let's talk about them. The standard replica soldiers have a bunch of different variants, but in practice this changes nothing aside from their health and armor numbers. They're aesthetically so similar to each other that for almost my entire first playthrough I didn't even realize that they were supposed to be distinctive enemy types. The same is true of the ATC security. While I could at least tell that those were the guys I shot in the head earlier with the penetrator in that clip. While I could at least tell that they were a different enemy type based on their look, they still use the same weapons and fight exactly the same as the regular replicas. So in practice, they're just a palette swap. I'm told that the replicas are supposed to be smarter and use better tactics, but I never noticed a difference between the two. I'm also told the AI is good. Then you have the replica assassins. These are by far the coolest idea for an enemy in the game, and when you first fight them is probably the best moment in the game. But this interesting idea for an enemy is thoroughly ruined by poor implementation. The replica assassins are invisible, and they cling to walls until they see you, at which point they try to run up and melee you. But they just hit you once, maybe twice at most, and then run away and hide. Let me go back to the section in the game where they're actually at. There'll be good. Let's see here. Considering each hit does 23 damage on normal and 52 damage on extreme, these enemies just aren't that threatening. I imagine this is because they're martial artists, but I mean, come on, give them a knife or something so that they can do more than punch me once and then run away like a giggling schoolgirl playing tag. These enemies aren't all that hard to see, they don't have too much health, they can't come from that many angles. I mean, if I let them get close to me on extreme only for masochists difficulty, they should be insta-killing me, no questions asked. Even then though, there's so many better directions that you could take this enemy. I think the largest misstep is that the assassins are supposed to be stealth enemies, but they announce their presence far too easily. I went back a bit too far here. There we are. They announce their presence far too easily. As soon as they see you, they turn off their invisibility while they hop off the wall, and then run right at you, usually smashing their way through a window to get to you. That's so goddamn stupid. I'm just going to spitball an idea here. Pretend I'm spitballing. Imagine this. Instead of turning off their invis and attacking you as soon as they see you, they only move when your back is turned, kind of like an invisible weeping angel. If you look in their direction, they stop in their tracks. If you're not looking at them, you hear the tiny pitter-patter of their footsteps getting closer, but the moment you turn around, nothing's there. Then you slowly scan the room, but you don't see anything. Wait, pan back a little bit. On the wall, there's a weird sort of shimmering. You look closer, zoom in with your gun, and then a second later, just as you're starting to get the idea that something's not quite right, it decloaks and fucking bolts at you. How much better would that be? Again, like the Type 7, this is another interesting idea for an FPS mechanic, but their implementation systematically sucks away all of their potential cool factor until you're left with a pretty lackluster enemy. There are other problems with the assassins too. The first time you see an assassin, it's 2 levels before they actually become an enemy. This is great. It lets the tension hang in the air because you know they're going to be invisible enemies at some point, and you're constantly on the lookout for them. But this section is ruined because they didn't make the assassin invincible. Not invisible, invincible. You can very easily kill him if you react quick enough, and then this first encounter that's supposed to add to the dread of eventually having to fight these things instead makes you feel more at ease since you know they're not actually that big of a deal. Also, I know that this was just a mistake because right before the assassins first become an enemy, there's another scene very similar to this one, but the assassin is invincible. What? That's not the clip. Here we go. This is the clip. This assassin is invincible. You can't kill him. That would have been more than enough damage. If we, oh, shit. We go back to the beginning of Watchers here as well. The devs also really overplay their hand right before our first fight with the assassins. You were already taught that the assassins were a possibility not that long ago. It's still lingering in the back of your mind. But the first section of Watchers just screams in your face that they're going to attack you before they do. If they were actually threatening, like my changes would make them, then sure, give the player some decent warning. But as they are, you're just ruining the moment of your first encounter with the only potentially cool enemy in the game. All that said though, the biggest issue with these enemies is that there are literally 2 encounters with them in the entire 9-hour game. That's not a joke, that's not hyperbole, you fight them twice. The first time has a few fights with them, I think 3, right in a... 3? 3, right in a row, but I'm counting it as a single instance. I don't know if I've ever seen an enemy go more underutilized in, hell, any game. I mean, you see them plenty of times, they're always skulking about the place. But if the game is always trying to scare you with the promise of assassins, but only makes good on that promise literally twice, I don't even know what to say. What the fuck? The second time the assassins show up is near the end of the game, and it easily gave me the worst fright of my whole playthrough, but that's because I haven't seen them in so long that I forgot they were even in the game, and also because out of nowhere, multiple of them come, can you guess? Crashing through the windows. Why not have heavy armors do that? Or even the elite replicas that are supposed to be the most advanced replica units? Why do you have your stealth enemies always come crashing through the windows? Like, this shit isn't that hard. If you don't want to overhaul the assassins like I would suggest, then there are 2 changes that could have been made to make them far better. First is that they shouldn't come charging at you the moment they see you. They're melee enemies that are hiding cloaked on the wall. Let me at least get close to them rather than having them see me from across the entire room, then immediately revealing themselves and then smashing through a window to doubly alert me to their presence. Secondly, at least don't attack me one at a time. If one of them attacks, they should all attack. You know, kind of like a group of, what's that word again? Oh yeah, assassins who are working together and communicating with each other. That's enough about the assassins, though. Let's talk about the heavy armors and the Rev 6 powered armors. These are both upgraded enemies that wield either a spaz or HV penetrator in the case of the heavy armors, or arm-mounted rocket launchers or lasers in the case of the Rev 6s. we can kind of get to the point of the game where there's a couple of these. Like Urban Decay should have a few. Fuck me. And yes, I almost have this game memorized, unfortunately. Oh boy. Let's see here. Both the heavy armors and the Rev 6 powered armors are just slightly different flavors of enemy because they are both exactly the same. This is just gonna be a fucking cutscene and then Holiday never shutting the fuck up for like 2 minutes, so let me skip past that. What a waste of David Scully. What a fucking waste. Let's see here. These are both just slightly different flavors of enemy because they are both exactly the same. They're dumb, slow bullet sponges of the highest order. These enemies are never intimidating because, with one exception, that being the set piece in the apartments, which we'll get to at some point when I'm talking about those, where a Rev 6 crashes through the floor onto you, they never actually chase after you. They just stand still and wait to be shot. I was playing the section where you defend some towers from an ambush. Right before, where is that in the game? You're trying to let in Holiday to defuse the bombs on Aldous Bishop. That's where that is. With one exception, that being the set piece in the apartments where Rev 6 crashes through the floor, they never actually chase after you. They just stand still and wait to be shot. I was playing the section where you defend some elevators from an ambush, and one of the elevators has a heavy armor in it. I ducked behind the desk that's in the corner for cover. The heavy armor walks up to me, and instead of coming around the desk to kill me, he just stands there and patiently waits for me to pop up and down while filling his head full of buckshot until he dies. Then there's the Rev 6 in the courtyard. Again, I duck behind a planter for cover and slowly shoot him until he dies, because this fancy schmancy power armor can't figure out how to climb stairs. The regular replicas are not very smart, but by God, these things make your average games journalist look like a Mensa member. The Rev 6s also have a similar problem to the Assassins in that there are only 4 separate encounters with them in the game, across 2 levels, those being 6 and 8. Ah, you thought. You fucking thought. So these enemies aren't introduced until more than halfway through the game, which would be fine, if they weren't clustered together into 2 partitions of a single third of the campaign. Eh? You talking to me? Hey, oh, hey. Which car? Which, the Land Rover? You talking to me? You have the fan on, so you're not actually talking to me? Wow, crazy shit. They're in the far left drawer in the kitchen. Thank you would be nice. I'll make sure she found him. Hold on. Oh, we're in the far left drawer. All right, we're good. I'll talk to whoever I want. I'm my own goddamn man. This is the encounter with that Rev 6. Oh, where were we? Let's see here. Next is the Armacam turrets and the UAVs, which I'll lump into the same category because they are both annoying aim-body bullet sponges. Aside from exploiting the geometry to shoot them where they can't hit you, I have no idea how you're supposed to take these things out without taking damage. They're both incredibly obnoxious enemies that have no reason to be in the game, and provide zero interesting combat scenarios, aside from shoot them until they die while trying to take as little damage as possible, which is particularly annoying with the turrets if you don't have a manner of insta-killing them, since you have to poke out, take a couple pot shots, go back into cover, and then wait 5 seconds for them to de-aggro, repeat several times. At least you can sometimes shut down the power to the turrets, but only half the time. The UAVs also have a really weird sound to them. Whenever they spawn, it sounds like there's a gun going off. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it's out of place and it makes them very predictable. Not sure which of these enemies is worse. Actually, I am. It's definitely the turrets, but they both suck. Finally, there's the Nightmare Apparitions, which we'll talk about a bit more in a second, but they fly straight towards you, and if they hit you, they do 56 damage on extreme. Which would be, I don't even know how much damage on normal, maybe like 23, 24? Something like that. It's not an exact corollary. They also die in one bullet from the HP Penetrator, AT-14, or MP-50, which can kill multiple of them with AoE. They would almost be passable enemies, again, if they were implemented properly. But outside of a single instance, they never spawn behind you, they never surround you, they never overwhelm you. They are just there to make sure that the player doesn't get too bored during the hallucination sections, and to give you something to shoot at during the end of the game. But all they do is draw further attention to how ham-fisted most all of the horror sections are. We'll get there. They also get the award for Worst Encounter in the entire game! There's a section at the end where you're trying to escape from the vault that's going critical, and you jump down from a railing only for you to get swarmed by nightmares with unlimited slow-mo. And it's so epic. Switch guns here, get some variety in. Come on, you can do it. Oh, almost got me. Gotta be careful. You can do it. Oh, that's a shame. That guy? I don't know who it is. Never met him. He kind of looks like me with like better hair and fashion sense. But I don't want to. Let's not give myself too much credit here. All right. That's not the line. You funny. like Newt Gunray finishes talking to Sidious in episode 1 after he introduces Maul. Oh fuck! Now there are 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. Oh, Jesus, that's killing me. I'm sorry. All right. It's all right. George made those movies for children. I feel like I shouldn't have to say it at this point, but yes, that was extreme difficulty. Finally, you have the quote-unquote final boss, where Alma walks at you in a hallway, you shoot her about 12 times with the USP, and then she disappears. Incredible stuff. Also, if you don't shoot her, or if she touches you in the few other hallucinations where she's an adult, then she'll instantly kill you, which makes zero sense with the story, but once more, we'll talk about that later. That's it for the enemy types, though. Just like the weapons, you have about 1.5 interesting ideas buried deep in there somewhere, but they're too poorly implemented to be interesting. At least the Rev 6 has one legitimately good encounter, which is more than I can say for the rest of the campaign. Let's talk about the horror elements next. F.E.A.R certainly does not live up to its acronym, despite its desperate, childish efforts to the contrary. I could probably count the number of good scares in this game on one hand. This is because, with very rare exception, F.E.A.R utilizes the same exact tricks over and over again ad nauseum. These devs have absolutely no restraint. The constant apparitions of Alma, Fettel, and Jankowski become more tiresome than scary before even the midpoint of the campaign. There are a couple decent hallucination sequences, like there's one where you go to activate an elevator, then fall through the floor into a pool of blood, but there are far more that are ruined by, again, being repeated so many times that they lose whatever small amount of impact they had, or by having effects that are so cartoonishly stupid looking that they produce more laughter than cortisol. I can think of two perfect examples off the top of my head. There's a hallucination sequence where you're walking toward a hospital room in a pool of blood. Excuse me. There's a hallucination sequence where you're walking toward a hospital room in a pool of blood. By the way, they reused the sequence with slight variations 3 or 4 times. But when you get to the door, the skeleton jumps out of the blood at you, and it's just the dumbest looking thing I've ever seen. Hold on, I'll read that in a second.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Jesus. That's all fine and good, but you haven't even played the first expansion. Yeah, well, no one's constantly talking about how the first expansion of F.E.A.R is one of the greatest FPS games of all time. They're always talking about how F.E.A.R is one of the greatest FPS games of all time. You really prepared? I cooked up something special for Resi 4. When we get there. Let's see here. Alma and Fettel also have the nightmare apparitions, which let me just go to like ground 0 maybe? Roughly. Gone critical? Yeah, that's where it is. Alma and Fettel also have the nightmare apparitions that sometimes attack you while you're hallucinating and at the end of the game, but their visual design and the way they move just looks so dumb. You thought to yourself 2 hours in stream, I'm gonna do that sketch. Yeah. Hey, well, it's not a sketch, alright? Let's not give it too much credit. It's a bit. It's just a bit. Oh, there's actually music playing right now. It's just unbelievably quiet. Let's see here. The visual design of the apparitions and the way they move just looks so dumb. Even the severe blurring effect during Fettel's hallucinations can't hide the fact that they look like something out of the Haunted Mansion or Goosebumps. These are the enemies. Actually, you know what they reminded me of the first time I saw them? The cover of Geist. If you make an FPS game that in any way reminds me of Geist, you have severely fucked up. That's how you know. Hey Miso, welcome on in. We're talking about my favorite game of all time. Can you tell? No, we're talking about F.E.A.R. F.E.A.R. First Encounter Assault Recon at the moment. Welcome on in. Do I know what Geist means? No, but I know it's German. Probably means ghost. Actually, I don't know what's German. I'm assuming it's German. Yeah, obviously I know what Geist means. It means, ghost, spirit, or mind. This is just off the top of my head, you know? We're doing pretty good. We've been highly critical of most of the games today, but, you know. It hasn't been the greatest year of gaming thus far, but we'll get to Resident Evil 4 and we'll be a lot more positive. We'll get there at some point. But we have a bit more to go for F.E.A.R. You can really tell that these enemies were a last-minute addition because they do not look finished at all. Just like these examples, most all of the horror effects have not aged gracefully in any fashion, and I'd even argue looked corny and underbaked for the time when compared with contemporaneous horror titles, or even just other FPS series with a horror tinge like Halo or Half-Life. Another big issue with not just the scares, but the pacing generally, is that the horror and action are never mixed together. I mean, this is basically the end of the game, so let me go back to, like, flight here. Somewhere we haven't seen. The game is cleanly divided into horror sections where there are never any non-apparition enemies, and action sections where there are never any scares to throw you off your game. Spoiler, yeah, there's not much to spoil. It's okay. Excuse me. Having some portions where you were trying to fight replica forces while swapping in between hallucinations and reality, or entering a hallucination sequence only to have Alma turn into a heavy armor before your eyes, would have seriously done a lot to spice up the game, but it's quite the opposite. When you're fighting enemies, you never have to worry about a jump scare making you shit your pants before immediately having to aim accurately, and during the horror sequences, you can practically let go of the mouse because you're never going to have any enemies to fight, aside from apparitions that charge right at you and die in one shot. The very occasional apparitions, I should say. And those are F.E.A.R's enemy types. It at least has some, I guess, which puts it above a lot of shooters. Puts it above a lot of shooters, but that's most of what I can say in the game's favor. If you can't tell, even I'm getting tired of talking about how mediocre this game is, so let's do a couple lightning rounds, shall we? The worst part of the game, by far, is the absurdly repetitive the absurdly repetitive environments. In fact, that's underselling it hard. Even though you visit 5 locations, those being the hospital, water treatment plant, the Armacam high-rise, the apartments, and the vault, F.E.A.R essentially has one palette: drab industrial. Without the story to tell them so, the player wouldn't even realize that they're in different locations throughout the game, because every location shares the exact same vibe. This makes the game painfully monotonous. Alright, random person, honest opinion. I've been skipping around the game a lot. Like, a lot. Have you noticed any difference in the environments? Give it to me straight. The Geist is such a good game. Oh, man. Yeah, maybe I'll review Geist sometime. Oh, man. Let's see here. As well, 5 locations is a pretty misleading number. Hold on, sorry. 5 locations is a pretty misleading number, since the hospital is just an intro stage with no combat, the apartments are only 1 level, and to top it all off, you spend 54% of the game, yes, I calculated it, in one single building, the Armacam headquarters high-rise. I've played games with less visual variety, I think, maybe, but none that felt quite like this. F.E.A.R feels like one long, never-ending level. Oh, this is one of the 3 songs in the game, that's good. I think, sorry, F.E.A.R feels like one long, never-ending level because nothing is ever done to break up the visual ennui. I would not be able to say which area belongs to which. Sometimes it was obvious otherwise. Okay. But hey, still better than Dark Souls 3. It's not. It's really not, actually. This homogeny continues onto the soundtrack, which is ironic that we're talking about it at the time when one of the only good tracks in the game is playing. Despite being a pretty damn long score, there are only about 3 songs that stand out, this being one of them. One of them being the intro movies. But other than that, it's pure spoopy ambiance for the entire game. There's nothing to enhance the action, nothing to pump you up for a cool combat sequence, just dreary, industrial, mechanical, metallic bleh for the whole game. Fitting, I suppose. I was once able to tell that you were outside. Yeah. Yeah, here you're in a basement, but not anymore. But you, like, you can maybe tell that I was in a high-rise rather than, like, the water treatment plant, but, yeah. It's visually very, very samey throughout the entire game, is the point. In short, the OST faded into the background even quicker than the visuals, and did absolutely nothing to break me out of my apathy-induced dissociation. Moving on, I'll give a quick mention to some of the basic problems this game has. You have to download a community patch to get the game to run at more than 10 FPS, but after that, it ran quite well. F.E.A.R. Does have a few issues with its base controls that do hamper the gameplay. However, when you exit slow-mo, it takes 2 or 3 seconds for the game to ramp back up to regular speed, but while it's doing this, it completely disables your slow-mo button. So you'll try to disable slow-mo to move forward, then reactivate it when you see another enemy, but you can't do it until the game returns to regular speed. Oh, I had a couple more, but I think I disproved them. That's all I really noticed, though, thankfully. The game feel is... Let's not listen to phone calls. But wait, that's one of my later points. So maybe you should sit there and listen to the phone call. Oh man. The game feel is thankfully quite solid, because it's one of the few things the game does correctly. Aside from the AI, the level design is also in part to blame for the lackluster combat, since the entire game is strictly linear, and every firefight occurs either in bland hallways or in combat arenas so tiny, constrained, and lacking in verticality, breadth, or intricacy that this game puts most of the corridor shooters of the 90s to absolute shame with how basic these levels are. Fucking Nuketown has more complexity in its design than practically any firefight arena in this entire game. As I alluded to earlier, the encounter design is just as bad. There are a couple decent encounters sprinkled throughout the campaign, like the aforementioned Rev 6 ambush in the apartments, along with some replica soldiers who ambush you using the rotating walls of a conference room. They fucking, of course, spoil that with dialogue, but I am a Nuketown. Okay. I don't know what that means, but sure. Some replica who ambush you using the walls of a conference room, and when some replica pour into the room right after you find the dude, I think it's Charles Habiger? So many fucking worthless names in this game. You find the dude in the chair during bad water. But considering Paxton Fettel knows pretty much exactly where we are throughout the entire game, it should feel like we're being hunted by him and his replicas. It should feel like in Half-Life 1, where Gordon Freeman is being tracked throughout Black Mesa by both the Marines and the Vortigons, and they're constantly setting up crazy traps, ambushes, and fortifications to try and stop him. But in F.E.A.R, it's the complete opposite. This game is so terrified to ever put you on the back foot that every potentially cool encounter it sets up, it always ruins through enemy dialogue. Literally, it happens so many times where you're walking through a hallway about to enter a room, and hear some replica say, "Oh man, we better be quiet, we wouldn't want the point man to hear us and ruin our ambush." It's like fighting against a whole army of that one guy who always screws up the surprise party because he can't shut the hell up. Almost every encounter in this game is you rocking up on some replica that are completely unprepared for you, taking most of them out before they can even react, then cleaning up the rest as they scatter like ants while barely fighting back. Then, the other remaining encounters are just having some replica pouring through a single doorway, like this is the end of Half-Life 2. Sorry, I had to. Had to. Am I supposed to be afraid, or is this supposed to be a power fantasy? Are the enemies supposed to feel intimidating, or am I supposed to mow through them like cannon fodder? It truly cannot decide. And this is, sorry, this is the third track in the game. That's good. Gonna have to turn it down a bit. Oh, it's ending, it's fine. Fuck it. It truly can't decide if the enemies are supposed to be intimidating or cannon fodder. I mean, hell, you never even fight two heavy armors within the same encounter. Never mind something interesting like having one in front of you and one behind you, forcing you to push in a direction so that you don't get pincered. Huh. Pincering. That sounds like something smart AI might do. Yeah, cute dreaming. Not in a million years would F.E.A.R's AI or encounter design do something like that. Another one of the biggest problems with the enemies is that, with the exception of the heavy armors appearing alongside regular replicas, the enemies are never, I mean not one single time, used in concert with each other. The assassins, Rev 6s, UAVs, turrets, and Alma apparitions will always be by themselves. Combine your enemy types is one of the most basic rules of FPS design, such that it should go without saying. But here we have a seasoned FPS developer, and actually one of the better FPS developers in history, that can't follow this most elementary of concepts. I mean, really, Monolith, did you even try to make a good game? The only thing that the devs even attempted to do to break up the pace was to have an escort mission that only lasts about 60 seconds, where you have to escort Alice Wade to an elevator. But of course, it's completely fake. The replicas just ignore her like she's Ellie in The Last of Us. Then, after you get into the elevator, the replicas start trying to ambush you by making the elevator stop on different floors, but then they don't even try to come after you. They just stand still until the elevator closes. You can, literally, just stand to the side of the elevator and wait for the door to close again. Hold on, I have a clip.
Why are all the floors lighting up? Uh-oh. Somebody's pressing the call buttons. Get ready! Close!
Squad, take cover. I can't.
Oh, I'm gonna make you watch this.
Here we go again.
Shit. Check in. Roger that.
This sucks.
Ah, he got me once.
He's trying to flank.
What's going on? What happened to the power?
Brilliant AI. And that's the whole set piece. So sometimes you have to throw a brick at someone to save them? No. Oh yeah, extreme difficulty, of course. I have to show that off. Only for masochists. Oh man. What a joke of a game. They aren't wrong about what? Alright, we're almost there. We're almost there. Lastly, let's talk about the story. Oh yeah. Oh, yes! Oh, you're so right. Okay, that's what they meant. Oh, dude, okay. So it's like... Oh, shit, I don't have it. I sold it. Primal, only for masochists. I like, Primal should say, like, I dare you to finish this game. Oh, fuck, that's funny. Holy shit. Alright. Lastly, let's talk about the story. Calling it functional would be a bit too generous. Is this... Are we on? Okay. I can't tell if it's paused or if they're listening to phone calls. Oh boy. Pretty much the entire game's given narrative could be summed up in a single sentence. Paxton Fettel is in another castle. You start the game attempting to stop Fettel, and you chase him through half the city, all while he stays barely out of reach, but continually plays footsie with you by giving you hallucinations of himself, which allude to the plot, but in reality tell you absolutely nothing. At the very end, you can finally catch up to him, and he just lets you shoot him in the head for no reason. I don't know. He sits there and lets you shoot him in the head. You can also pick up lore collectibles in the form of laptops to hack and phone messages that are intended for a few specific people's landlines, yet are for some reason strewn about the entire game. Paying attention to these messages and lore will yield very little reward, however, as the plot is incredibly simple and everything of relevance occurred before the beginning of the game. Harlan Wade, also known as literally Hitler, and that's what he here. Where's that cutscene? Dang it. Is that the beginning of the game? There you go, literally Hitler. Where the fuck were we? Somewhere in flight? Wait, what part of the game have we not seen? Maybe like interval 6. It'll be very different, I assure you. Harlan Wade, also known as literally Hitler, was a researcher at Armacam who had a daughter named Alma that was born with psychic powers, and her father decided that rather than to love and cherish her, it would be better to experiment on her to discover the nature of her psychic powers, then forcibly impregnate her when she was a teenager to try and create a psychic who could command a battalion of troops. You, the protagonist, were her first child, and while you're not psychic, your quote-unquote high reaction time is the product of being born to her. Paxton Fettel was her second child, and he was a success in that he had the power to psychically communicate with others. However, before he could grow up to be an effective commander, Alma was telepathically communicating with Paxton and telling him all that she had gone through. Then she eventually merged their consciousnesses, after which Paxton killed a few of the science team, and Alma was killed in retaliation since she was deemed too dangerous to control. Which is a weird plot point. What part? Just all of it. Just all of it. Now, Paxton, who has grown up enough to take control of all the replicas, and Alma's spirit, who was so mad that it refused to die, that it lived on after death, are on a rampage to take revenge on Armacam. Wouldn't it be cooler if you had no powers and just had good reactions? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know if it would make more sense, but sure. All right. So, here's a question. Alma and Paxton know who you are because you're still psychically linked to them, I guess. So why are they trying to kill you instead of trying to explain to you who you are and why you should be on their side? I mean, we are literally the baddies in this game. Paxton is in near constant telepathic communication with you, as well as with the replicas whom he controls and can, you know, speak. So Paxton and Alma, so Paxton and Alma for that matter, directly tried to kill you a dozen times for no reason, let you carve a swath through most of the replicas, and Paxton lets you kill him instead of just talking to you and telling you who you are. This shit is so dumb it hurts. Yes, that is confirmed. I think there's a comic later that, like, confirms a lot of this shit, but, you know, it's on the wiki. Where was I? This shit is so dumb it hurts, but hey, on the bright side, at least insane people torturing and breeding children for their own nefarious purposes under the watchful eye of the government would never happen in real life. In conclusion, I hope you're at least 1/10 as tired of hearing about how middling this game is as I am about thinking about it. F.E.A.R is far more of a tech demo than something like Far Cry 1 ever was. Its base gameplay is just about the only thing that F.E.A.R has going for it. But aside from being a first for FPS, slow-mo was far from unique in the shooter genre even at the time, and nowadays has been done far better by many far better games. F.E.A.R's inability to evolve its own formula beyond go slow-mo and shoot dudes ensures that the game only remains interesting for as long as its incredibly shallow gameplay loop entertains the player, which for me was roughly 3 hours, after which the remaining 2/3 of the game became an ever-increasing slog to get through. Let me finish up here and I'll read what you have. F.E.A.R was thankfully not as disappointing as that other game that's somehow also hailed as one of the best first-person shooters of all time, but not by much. Truly, not by much. F.E.A.R. colon, or as, what does Yahtzee do? How does he pronounce, colon is, F.E.A.R. First Encounter Assault Recon should both simultaneously consider itself fortunate and marvel at my magnanimity for placing it in the high C tier with a well-deserved score of 5.6 out of 10. And if anyone says to me that F.E.A.R is one of the best FPS games of all time ever again, I will forcibly tie you to a chair until you finish Halo 2 and Half-Life 1 so that you can fully understand just how much of a dumb bitch you were. Not everything is a masterpiece just because you played it. This toxic positivity shit is so pathetic. It really needs to stop. But that is my F.E.A.R review. We're done. F.E.A.R is like there-ish. Let me see where it is exactly. I should have had this planned out. It is below the broken bond. It's weird because in the expansions he plays a different protagonist and he has bullet time too. You do in Perseus Mandate. Yes. Yeah, like that's just a plot hole. Granted, so like, what's it called? Extraction Point, you still play as the point man, I'm pretty sure, right? But I think in Perseus Mandate you play as somebody else. So it still makes sense there. But, yeah, both expansions were not made by Monolith. They were made by Time Split Studios, something like that. Which I'm not familiar with anything else they've done. Let me see if I can find them real quick here. Oh, they made Section 8. And assisted on Aliens Colonial Marines. Well, we have our answer, boys. So Extraction Point is what we call an accident. Oh, man. But holy shit, I mean, you've probably seen most of the whole game at this point, so... They made Gogs of War? What? You mean Gears of War? They may have assisted on one of the games, but certainly they didn't develop any of them. My webcam flew? What do you mean? Oh boy. Oh. Sorry. We have Kohan. Oh, Kohan 2 Kings of War? Is that what you were looking at? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of the Kohan series. Heard so many great things about it. Everyone... Wow, it's actually reviewed quite highly. Everyone talks about the Kohan series. That's an RTS, okay. I don't know much about RTSs. I gotcha. You only read Inns of War. Oh, man. Alright, we actually almost made it most of the way through the soundtrack as well. So next, we have everyone's favorite game that is currently present, Jak X Combat Racing. It actually has 24 songs on the soundtrack, which is surprising because it was quite repetitive. We'll turn that down a bit. But hey, at least we get to listen to some fucking bangers. It's my 8th favorite game of all time. Well, hold on. I can't deconfirm that at the moment without bringing up Discord on stream. I don't know what page it's on. So fuck it. It's fine. I'm pretty sure your 8th game of all time is... Hold on. Was it Mario Kart DS? Is that what it was? I know there was something toward the end that I was like, what the fuck? The hell is this? This decent quality? Yeah, sweet. Alright, let's just get past the tutorial here. Like an old friend, honestly. Good old Jak X. So Jak X Combat Racing, I played on PS2. I had a playtime of 12 hours. Jak X, surprisingly, had some of the highest effort put into it in the entire Jak and Daxter series. There's a decent amount of content, some thought was put into how to make interesting weapons, items, and game modes. There's an okay number of tracks, although they are heavily reused throughout the game, and generally this is a far more content-rich package than anything else in the series. It certainly had a lot of potential to be a solid kart racer. But then I remembered this game was made by Naughty Dog. These are the devs that are known for making games that look pretty on the outside, but are feculent on the inside. Plus, they're also responsible for Jak 2 and to a large degree 1 and 3, which have some of the worst driving in all of video games. Like all of the previous Jak and Daxter games, all you have to do is play Jak X for a bit to realize just how fucked the game is. The driving physics are so horrible that just driving straight is a task unto itself, never mind taking a corner properly or maintaining a decent line. Driving in Jak X is like trying to play a racing game while your little brother is attempting to rip the controller out of your hands every 3 seconds. These physics alone would make the game unplayable, but we're just getting started. There are some cars that are better in this respect, because each car has a handling stat, but it's entirely invisible, so you just have to experiment to find out which cars function at all and which do not. The answer is none of them function, but some are definitely better than others. don't even waste your time with the faster looking cars because they are completely unusable. Just pick the biggest chonker you can possibly find. Don't worry about being too slow because, trust me, it won't matter since Jak X has, and you can quote me on this, the worst rubber banding in any racing game ever made. It is literally impossible to get more than a second or two ahead of the second place driver, no matter how robotic your driving is, and no matter how many high-powered weapons you constantly chuck behind you. And even if you drive like absolute dog shit, you'll never be more than a few seconds behind the pack. There were plenty of times when I entirely stopped playing for 5 seconds or so to take an exasperated breath, and then just got back into the race and caught back up immediately. The only part of the race that matters is the last 30 seconds. Just meander along and bag weapons until the final lap, and then use all the OP shit you've grabbed to kill everything right before the finish line, and you win. That's all you have to do. You definitely do not want to stay in first place, however, because if you do, you'll be spammed continuously with this game's equivalent of a blue shell until you're in 6th again. Excuse me. There is a shield you can get to defend from this, but the shield is so rare and blue shells are so ubiquitous that it doesn't matter. Ugh. All of the weapons are extremely powerful, and you have almost no method of defending yourself, so you just die constantly in this game with nothing you can do about it, sometimes 3 or 4 times in a row. You think the constant blue shells are bad? That's nothing. You can get a super blue shell that kills every single racer in front of you, and it's not even hard to acquire. Just stay in the back, kill 2 people, and then bam! You have a weapon that nukes the entire field. Or, actually, sorry, that's not totally accurate, because there is also an actual nuke that kills every opponent, and they can't respawn for 5 seconds. One of the most common red eco abilities that you get is oil, which makes anyone that drives over it completely lose control of their car. This would be fine if half the tracks weren't pitch black or dark brown so that you could never see the oil to avoid it. So you're never quite sure if you're losing control of your car because of an oil skid or because of the awful physics. A little column A, little column B. Actually, I should say a little of column A, a lot of column B. Something that makes these weapons really annoying to use, however, is that as you deal or take damage, your vehicle powers up, and you get the and if you get the meter full without dying, it's this I believe it's this meter here. Yes, the dark eco meter. And if you get the meter full without dying, then you get access to the second set of weapons. This would be fine, except that when your meter becomes full, it fully restores your health, and again, it fills up while dealing or taking damage. So a lot of the time when you fire a weapon at somebody, it's entirely wasted. Worse than wasted, because it sends them over the edge to a full meter, and you essentially just used your weapon to give the enemy driver full health and an enormous power boost. It's unbelievably stupid. The level 2 weapons are insanely powerful and already easy enough to acquire. You shouldn't be given automatic full health when you get access to them. Another big issue with the basic driving is that the hitbox geometry on the tracks isn't smoothed out. So you'll grind along a wall only to hit an invisible pixel that, if you're lucky, will only force you face first into the wall rather than shooting your entire cart off in a random direction, probably off of the map, which for some reason takes significantly longer to respawn. Then there's the game modes. Like I said, there's pretty good variety here, but for whatever reason, 2 of the game modes don't even appear in the campaign, those being Time Trial and Assassin. And some of the game modes are so trash that they should have been taken out. The worst offender is definitely Rush Hour, where you have to hit as many oncoming cars as possible to earn points. Okay, sounds fine in theory, but this is Jak X, the game with some of the worst physics ever conceived. Every car you hit sends you flying in a random direction. Even with the heaviest car in the game, it's not possible to hit the oncoming drones without getting control ripped out of your hands, and maybe you can react fast enough to try and recover it, but half the time you'll just fly off the track with nothing you can do about it. There's also the Death Race, where you pick up weapons to try and kill as many drones as possible, but the drones spawn right in front of you. This is fine in the earlier levels where they actually keep up with you, but in the later portions of the game, they can't keep up with your speed and they'll start spawning on top of you or even behind you if you're turboing. You could try to slow down, but part of the game, part of the point of the game mode is to get to the later laps where killing drones gives you more points. it's completely at odds with itself because no one decided to playtest it. Then there's the non-racing game modes. These are mostly fine and operate decently, although some of them, like the artifact race, are more down to spawn RNG than any actual skill or strategy. But the biggest issue with them lies with the minimap. These areas, these arenas where you are required to track down an enemy or item very quickly have multiple layers to them and smaller side paths cocooning throughout them. But none of this information is shown on the minimap. I need to find where an artifact, flag, or other racer is, but I have no way of determining if they're even above or below me, which constantly leads to going the wrong way. How hard is it to put some grayed out sections on the minimap where the underground portions are so that you can see where to go? Well, not that fucking hard, because even Jak 2 managed to do it, along with every other game ever made. Jak X is one of those games where it's difficult to explain in words how shit it is, because so much of it has to do with the controls and the game design that you wouldn't notice by merely looking at it. But just play it for 10 minutes, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Jak X is utterly unplayable, in the truest sense of the word, since you have no genuine control over your experience. It is one of the worst racing games I've laid my hands on, even in a genre that has dreadfully low standards. Jak X Combat Racing is going into the F tier and getting a score of 1.7 out of 10. Boom. Actually, Primal's actually below it. Fucking Primal. Goddamn. Alright. I need a long drink after that one. But at least the soundtrack's good. That's about it. It's a bit short, but other than that. Well, the next game doesn't have an OST. So, our next game is Prince of Persia, Harem Adventures. Aw, yeah. Alright, Prince of Persia, Harem Adventures I played on Java, on free J2ME. That's a title that makes me curious. Oh, you'll see why it's named that. I had a playtime of 25 minutes. Harem Adventures is not only a pretty decent game for a Java title, but it also puts in a valiant effort at attempting to port the OG Prince of Persia experience to a device that shouldn't even be able to run games at all. The What? What? Oh, he's playing it on a Siemens. Don't. Hold on, let's get the Java version. Here we are. Like, why? What are these graphics? Vibration on is a diabolical option to have in a game with that title. Yeah. Oh man, that's fucking funny. We can turn up the sound a little bit. It has like a couple sound effects and music on the main menu, I think. But I could not get music to work on it aside from that. I wanted to see the Nokia version. but the graphics, random person. This version has better graphics. Look at these graphics. There's at least like Game Gear. Maybe even Master System. Let's see here. It puts in a valiant effort at attempting to port the OG Prince of Persia experience to a device that shouldn't be able to run games at all. The animation is fluid for the hardware, plus the controls work fairly well, and were familiar enough to the original Prince of Persia that I was able to very easily jump back into it. I still want to see the Nokia version. Alright, we'll put that version on in a second. God damn it. The animation is fluid for the hardware, plus the controls work fairly well, and we're familiar enough. God damn. Can you believe this shit? The tile snapping that was missing from Prince of Persia 2 is back here, and it allows for much more precise control over the prince than in Shadow and the Flame. It does have its share of issues, though. Nokia N-Gage had chaos theory on it. It did. It could do so much more. Have you played the N-Gage version? Also, I don't think this is N-Gage. No, this is not N-Gage. This is Java. The N-Gage had much higher capabilities than most phones. This is why it's called Harem Adventures, by the way. You are attempting to save the six wives of the Sultan? And they reward you for your heroism. And especially, they reward you especially on the C-55 Siemens. So we should actually check out that version. We'll do that after the review. Oh fuck. The only two controls that really feel off are that you can't jump to check if tiles are loose, and that the prince stops in his tracks after taking a running leap, which doesn't feel very good and also hampers the level design since you can't do multiple strings of running jumps. Not that the game doesn't ask you to do so in one of the later levels. But those are the only two controls that are missing from the prince's original moveset. Move shit. The prince's original move shit. You said it looked like... Oh, did I? That was just a complete fuck up then. But no, it's not. I said it looked good for a Java game. Or that's what I was intending to say, is that it looks good for a Java game. Not, that's the best one, by the way. Not for a N-Gage game. Speaking of hampered level design, the stages are probably the biggest, the biggest thing letting the game down. There are only 6 boards, and the first 4 are not only incredibly short, but very easy as well. Granted, this is coming from someone who beat Shadow and the Flame, but the platforming is incredibly basic and would only really provide a challenge for someone who is entirely new to 2D Prince of Persia, and, probably cinematic platformers generally. The last 2 stages are a bit better in this respect, but they barely reach the heights of the original game's simplest levels. As well, the game has no music or sound effects aside from the title screen and a couple of stings for when you die or complete a level. The combat is also rather flawed. The game runs a bit too quickly for you to have the time to properly parry. I don't know what it ran like on original hardware, but you know. But it hardly matters because even the toughest enemies in the game can be completely stun-locked by just spamming attack over and over again. There are also unlimited time and lives to complete each level, as well as checkpoints that are maybe a bit too generous considering how short each stage is. Since the game is quite easy, especially for me, and there are only 6 levels, this led to Harem Adventures only being about 25 minutes long. But it was 25 minutes well spent. It's almost like playing an early demo of what would eventually, not my favorite personally, turn into the original Prince of Persia, and that's really as much as you could ask for from an early aughts Java game. Also, it has boobs, so that's a plus. I'll stick Prince of Persia Harem Adventures in the D tier and give it a 3.4 out of 10. And we can check out the Siemens version. No, I won't call it the M55. And I'll thank you for respecting that artistic choice. There it is, in all of its glory. Oh, pretty good climb up animation though. The jump isn't quite as smooth. This is some like It's not Commodore. What was the ZX Spectrum? That's what this looks like it came out on. I like it. He poofs into smoke instead of instead of getting impaled. They probably couldn't animate that. The animations are so fluent. In what language? I agree, the animations are fluid though. Like original Game Boy? Like really early original Game Boy? Like launch title. Oh shit. Alright. That's probably enough of that. We are sticking Harem Adventures, which for some reason has the prince from Sands of Time, in the D minus, or sorry, the D tier. I think that's where it goes. Above Two Thrones, below Portable Ops. Yep. Yeah. Well, I do that on a regular basis because I like Shadow of the Colossus. Where does it take place in the timeline is the question. I don't know. The Sultan probably means the Sultan of Azad, so this is probably a prequel to Sands of Time. So there you go. We don't have any timey-wimey powers yet, as well. But yeah, it is clearly on the cover, the prince from Sands of Time, so I'm gonna say this is a prequel. Put it in the fucking wiki. Alright, I should say I'm not super happy with my Resident Evil 4 review thus far, but I feel like we need a bit more positivity in our ranking list this year. So, you know, I might expand on it a bit later. I might not. For now, we'll go ahead and rank Resident Evil 4 2005, I unfortunately have to say, which I played on the Wii on normal difficulty with a playtime of 27 hours. You can do what for me? You can expand upon my review? Alright, let's find some Resident Evil 4 Wii gameplay. That's what we need. That's what we need. We would like to play. Oh, Spazbo. This guy's insane. He does almost all their long plays. And we'll get the OST going too. But not the Mercenaries OST, I'm sorry. It's not what we're reviewing. Alright. I'll be honest with you guys, and I kind of expressed this during part 1 of this year's ranking, but I have been dying in the desert this year. I have been playing bad game after bad game in 2026. Mostly not intentionally, by the way. Yeah, backseat him. Come on, Spazbo. Do better. I had to deal with it, so now you do too. Oh, man. Most of those bad games were not played intentionally. Some of the games I played here were supposed to be really great. But time after time this year, I have been disappointed, moderately miffed, or occasionally royally pissed. and just not enjoying myself all that much because of it. I mean, I was more than halfway through 2026, and it was looking like my game of the year was going to be Ninja Gaiden 3. No offense to Ninja Gaiden 3, but if that had actually ended up being my game of the year, that would just be pathetic. So my reaction to being able to sink my teeth into a game that legitimately deserves much of the praise it gets was something like this.
I want to see what's going on.
Oh, Jesus. So we've got the red velvet.
Mom Mary makes all of our desserts.
Mum Mary.
Yes.
Wow. Thank you, then. Wow, that is delicious. Finally, some good fucking food. Wow.
How do you like this?
Yeah, it's delicious. Well done. Wow. I had to wait to the end.
Something like that. Also, this is this is going to piss off the people that are waiting for Half-Life 2, but I animated that, or I keyframed that this morning in like 45 minutes. I'm sorry. The Half-Life 2 video should be out. Oh boy. All right. Finally, some good food. But, and this is a fairly major but, it's good Thai food. Let me explain what I mean with that. I promise this analogy is going somewhere. The way I like to describe Thai cuisine is that it's like you have a bunch of chefs arguing in the kitchen, right? One says, I want this dish to be savory. Another says, I want it to be spicy. Well, I want it to be sweet. No, it's gotta be umami. You're all wrong. It must be saltier than the Black Sea. And then the head chef walks in, puts his arm around them all, and says, Gentlemen, gentlemen, you're all right. We'll make it all 5. Now, doing that works for Thai food, but does it work for game design? In theory, it could, but not in practice, so far as I've seen. And Resi 4 is far from the exception. Resident Evil 4 is constantly being pulled in 2 different directions, toward the past of the series' survival horror roots and toward the future with its predilections toward action. However, rather than melding these 2 genres together, fundamental design and stylistic choices instead either do not coalesce into a coherent whole or are even failing to achieve harmony with one or the other genre. So let's get into it. The attache case should be real-time. Pausing the game is antithetical to action. Having the inventory pause the game allows me to relieve the tension of a fight for as long as I so please, and it gives me ample time to plan out my next move. Action gameplay is, by definition, reactive. Giving me the ability to pause and carefully strategize what I'm going to do and how I'm going to do it robs the game of its intensity every single time I open the inventory. Not only would making the inventory real-time not allow me to do this, but it would also make inventory management vastly more meaningful, since I would need to know where my weapons and items are to be able to navigate to them, and utilize them quickly. No? Let me continue. Let me cook. This would significantly increase the importance and depth of managing the inventory. I would still allow you to run while you have the inventory open and then navigate the menu using the D-pad, which goes entirely unused in the original control scheme. But you wouldn't be able to climb over walls, open doors, etc., because your hands would be full. That sounds horrible. Does it sound too intense for you, random person? Next, dynamic difficulty is antithetical to survival horror. The entire refrain of the survival horror genre is resource management. If I can burn all of my resources and have it mean nothing, because I'm just going to pick up a bunch more in the next area, or conversely, save up a bunch of resources but have it not matter because dynamic difficulty will punish me with fewer resources to account for my thriftiness, then you have completely and systematically expunged the entire gameplay loop of the survival horror genre. Dynamic difficulty works well in action games, but in survival horror specifically, its implementation is simply not possible without cheapening the entire experience. It wouldn't work well with the professional speed of the enemies as it currently stands. But that's what I'm saying. The game is well designed not around that as it stands currently. But it is a fundamental stylistic choice that is at odds with the game. That is the point. Good thing RE4 isn't survival horror then? It's not. And that's my point. Now, you might say, well, just play unprofessional and then that problem goes away. But there is a checkmate issue with that argument. Professional is locked by default. A first-time player is intended, nay forced, to play the game with dynamic difficulty. Moving on, a map that's fully filled in by default the moment I open it is antithetical to survival horror, where exploration is the name of the game and having no idea what you're walking into is integral to building tension and dread. But a map that you have to pause in order to use is antithetical to action since it's needlessly slowing down the pace. Furthermore, the game has save points that are pretty spread out, but it doesn't restart you at a save point upon death as in survival horror. It instead respawns you at one of the incredibly generous checkpoints a la action, or just modern gaming. Why even have the save points so spread out at all? As it currently stands, all they're doing is preventing people from saving for no reason because the actual act of dying holds no consequences. Lastly, most of the puzzles are piss easy, but you never have to do them under duress, meaning that they, again, don't suit either genre. Imagine for a moment, Ashley gets captured. Big surprise, I know. But we walk into a room and she's slowly being tortured to death, and I have to solve a puzzle to save her, and it's randomized every playthrough. Not only do I have to solve the puzzle quickly, action gameplay, but the entire time I'm doing this section, I'm mentally kicking the shit out of myself for every single yellow herb that I didn't give to Ashley across my entire playthrough. Survival horror gameplay. Boom, genre synthesis, mic drop. Compare this design inelegance to Resident Evil 5. Resi 5 has real-time inventory and an always-on, always-filled-in minimap. Resi 5 has dynamic difficulty, and it has one very simple puzzle as more of a hand wave than anything. There are puzzles that you have to do under stress, like what? I can't think of any at the moment. That's not a puzzle. That's an action set piece. That's not a puzzle because Ashley literally tells you the solution. Yeah, that's right, God of War Ragnarok. You have no puzzles. Get fucked. I mean, what else are you supposed to do with glowy things on the ceiling aside from shoot them? My two interactions with the game are shoot, knife, and QTE. I can't knife, I don't have a QTE. Guess I'll shoot. Sorry, my 3 interactions with the game. I can count. I promise. So, compare this design inelegance to Resident Evil 5. Resi 5 has real-time inventory and an always-on, always-filled-in minimap. Resi 5 has dynamic difficulty, and it has one very simple puzzle as more of a hand wave than anything. Resi 5 knows it is an action game. Resi 4, by comparison, is at odds with itself. It's confused, it doesn't know what it wants to be. It has genre dysphoria. That sounded more witty in my head. Now, don't get me wrong, what Resi 4 is trying to do is way, way harder than Resi 5, especially because Resi 5 already had an incredibly good gameplay loop to work off of. But Resi 4 still fails to synthesize its two genres, and if you want me to call this one of the greatest games of all time, that is what, in my opinion, it had to do. RE5 is a lot poorer design than RE4. In its encounter design, yeah. Generally. But again, like, RE5 is fully embracing its identity as an action game. Resident Evil 4 does not. If it did, then I would just be categorizing it as an action game and judging it as such. But whether or not the holdovers it has from survival horror are there intentionally or not, they are there. So I am trying to judge it on its own merits as a game that wanted to synthesize these survival horror and action genres. You don't do that for Metal Gear? I don't think Metal Gear has this problem. Frankly. Let's continue on. You don't say about Metal Gear Solid that it's not embracing its identity by not committing to either. That's because I think it toes the line. Or it walks the line, rather. But in a game like this that has horror elements and survival horror elements, I'm saying there are fundamental parts of the game design that could have been done better to facilitate both of those at the same time, versus some of them don't even facilitate either. Why does inventory management exist in this game? Versus something like RE5 that has a much simpler system. Why does it exist? I mean, it's fun, I like it, I like managing my inventory. But there is no point. Because it's fun. I'd say it's fun to start off with. But when it doesn't have a reason to exist within the gameplay sandbox, excuse me, then it just becomes tiresome after a while. Because it's very easy to just fit as many items as possible into your attache case as you need to. Like, that's not interesting gameplay. But if, during the middle of a fight, I have to know exactly where my shotgun is in my inventory so I can switch to it, then suddenly you've made the game more interesting. You've made those decisions more personalized. You've made them matter a lot more. It gives you some tactical decisions later, yeah, but so does Resi 5's system, which is extremely truncated by comparison, or extremely simplified by comparison, right? Because I wasted so many resources the first time playthrough, and I think I did pretty well. So take that. I think I died actually in combat like 4 times, 4 or 5, roughly. I got killed in the village 2 or 3 times at the beginning. Garrador killed me once. I'm trying to think of other times I got killed by something that wasn't an insta-kill. I let Ashley die once on the excavator. Two times the Garradors? Yes, you're right. Maybe like 6 or 7 times. But let's continue on. Where was I here? Okay, so that is my general thesis on Resident Evil 4. I still have a bunch of smaller issues with it, though. The bosses are nearly all uninteresting bullet sponges. The U3 is easily the best of the bunch, and Sadler's not too far behind, but generally the bosses in the game ranged from mediocre to subpar. How do you fix them? Good question. I don't know. The beauty of Resi 4's gameplay loop lies in how you deal with being outnumbered. How do you position? What weapons do you use? What risk-reward tactics do you employ? As it stands, I don't know how you make 1v1 fights interesting within Resi 4's paradigm. I think Krauser was pretty good. Krauser has weird rules to him. That's kind of my main problem with him. Like, when does he change phases? How much damage does he need to actually take? Why does he have that kick? I think Krauser I would put in the mediocre camp, along with Mendez. But then you have, like, the shitty bosses, which is, like, the second encounter with El Gigante. And then Verdugo pretty sucks. Sucks pretty. What else? Salazar is an incredibly boring bullet sponge. Let's see. I don't know how you make 1v1 fights interesting within RE4's paradigm. It would take someone with much better design chops than me, that's for sure. So is it the biggest problem in the world to just have the bosses be cinematic set pieces that you dump loads of ammo into until they die? Because I can't think of a way to do them better, sure. It's something. The next issue I have, actually one of my biggest pet peeves I have with Resi 4, is an aspect of this game that most people praise to death, and that is that Ashley is almost irrelevant to gameplay. She's only with you for roughly 2/5 of the game, which is probably just enough for her to feel like a major part of the game without becoming too tiresome, I'd wager. But that's not really what I'm talking about. Ashley's AI is incredibly good. Maybe actually, like, way too good. She follows behind you so closely that you practically never have to worry about her getting hit by enemy projectiles, or even by enemies that you're running past. Plus, having her get grabbed while she's set to follow you seems almost downright impossible. She also immediately ducks the moment you aim or swing a knife. And even then, you can't harm her on the Wii version if you're doing a contextual knife, or, excuse me, on an enemy or object. So you'd say I hate these things, but I am an appreciator. I design games very differently from the vast majority of people. Let's see. For Ashley to even be a consideration during gameplay, you either have to leave her somewhere incredibly stupid, or be directly trying to get her killed. Not only that, but many sections where you're escorting Ashley have a dumpster that you can chuck her in to make her entirely invulnerable.
Shut the fuck up! Know your fucking place, trash!
So, now, as I said, many people praise this, but that's because they're stupid little bitches who hate anything that makes them have to learn a new skill, or grow as a person, or engage their gooner brains for 5 seconds, and wouldn't appreciate good game design if it slapped them in the face. I, on the other hand, if Ashley is practically irrelevant to gameplay outside of 3 set pieces, then it doesn't connect us to her through interactivity in any significant fashion, and this is a big problem. Especially because she mostly lacks other characterization during the gameplay, and even the cutscenes. Gonna love the remake? I don't like the core design of the combat system of the remake. But in that particular aspect, maybe. Do the same thing while calling myself superior. Exactly. Now you understand. Now, it's obviously not to say I disliked her. I generally enjoyed her as a companion. I like that her ear-piercing screams immediately make you drop whatever you were doing to go protect her. I like her cute little arm pump whenever you kill something. She's generally a good addition. She's just mostly irrelevant. which is inelegant design, and again, robs the game of much of its potential gravitas and intensity. Many things I said are improvements are in the remake. I'll have to play it. I mean, what I know of the remake is not as much how the base gameplay was changed and how the set pieces were changed. I know the visuals, I know the tone, I know the music, and those parts I'm not a huge fan of. But, again, I haven't played it, I haven't watched a long play of it. I've seen some stuff on it. I've seen both of Krobcat's videos. I've seen Avalanche reviews. Who else? G-Man Lives did a video I think I watched. And Synthetic Man did a video on it as well. But I haven't played it. And that's the key point, is I haven't played it. Was this the Wii? Why was he not using the contextual knife? What a fucking scrub. Do better. Come on, Spazbo. Let's see, what else we got? Granted, how Ashley is handled in Resi 4 is far less of a sin than doing something like The Last of Us or Bioshock Infinite, where your companion may as well literally not be there as far as gameplay is concerned. But like most of this game's design, I didn't think it went nearly far enough. Moving on to more nitpicky things, the regenerators were a cool idea, but their implementation was incredibly hamstrung by never having to deal with them while other enemies are about. Imagine being trapped with a bunch of melee enemies and a regenerator in a smaller circular room, kind of like the twin El Gigante room. Then you have to either kite all these enemies around while the regenerator is acting as area denial that you have to work around, or if you're sick with it on the sniper, you can quickly kill the regenerator so that you can move around more freely. It also would have been great to have a regenerator during that big fight after the prison, where the second JJ shows up. There should have also been an encounter where you were complaining about the stairs. Is what I mean. There should have also been an encounter where you're in a hallway and you have one to each side of you, forcing you to go forward and kill one as quickly as possible. Jesus. Sorry. Might have to get another drink here. As it stands, the best encounter with the regenerators in the game, at least during my playthrough, was actually the first one, where if you're proper afraid of these enemies that the game is making a huge deal over, you can get yourself trapped in a tiny room with one of them and have to try shooting your way out. Mix things up a little. There's another decent encounter later on where if you're not watching your aim, you can release additional regenerators, which is also interesting. But as it stands, it acts more as a first-time player trap, though probably one of the best examples I've ever seen, versus an encounter that will play out in an interesting way every time. Maybe if they had those tubes moving around the room on a conveyor in the background or something instead, so you had to time your shots in between them, that'd be a good place to start, I think. I will say that generally the encounter design starts to take a bit of a dip and retread ground once you get to the island, but never becomes unenjoyable by any means, just a bit more coarse than the castle and village portions. Continuing on with smaller nitpicks, aiming your gun on an incline still aims forward instead of where the camera is pointed, which appears to just be an oversight in the base gameplay loop. That's probably the only really major problem I have with the base controls, and it doesn't come up very often. Having Leon pass out for 6 hours after Del Lago kind of ruins the environmental pacing, as the game shifts immediately from afternoon to nighttime, and it also happens a bit too early in the game to make narrative sense and be impactful. You could have done this later on during the castle, and have that scene be the reason that Ashley gets taken from us again, rather than having the super contrived scene where she runs away from us for no reason, then gets separated and trapped. Meanwhile, the Ganados somehow just never find her until we work our way around to her. On the audio end of things, the Foley is generally excellent, with a lot of memorable and fitting sounds. But that's fun. It was very funny. I'll give it that. Yeah. I mean, listen. That's the problem with critique, you know? not every critique is valid, and it's your job as a creator to pick out which critiques are valid, which will help make the game better, and which you don't think are important, or just wrong. And many critiques are just wrong, because I'm not Mikami. I don't know what's going on in his head. Maybe he wanted to implement some of these things and just didn't have the time. Maybe he thinks they're a shitty idea, and I would argue with him about that. Salazar put so much thought into that trap. Yeah, he put so much thought into nearly impaling Ashley, who he wants to, you know, live so that she can... so that she can infect the president. So actually, Salazar almost fucked up Sadler's entire plan with that trap. Eh? Just the wind. Just a box. On the audio end of things, the Foley is generally excellent, with a lot of memorable and fitting sounds, but I often couldn't tell where attacks were coming from. Now, huge grain of salt, random person. This could just be because I was playing the game with delayed audio, and I haven't been able to do a PC playthrough yet, so consider this point invalid for the moment. Many enemies will just kill out. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Where's my ludonarrative dissonance? Or resonance? Mikami. As well, though, the soundtrack, again, going back to my thesis, is pure tension and release, with hardly any pieces to highlight action sequences, to highlight action cutscenes, set-piece sequences, or quieter, more somber moments. It's pretty darn one note, and again is leaning a bit too hard into pure horror for that unity that the game is trying to achieve. That was just fucking killer. Yeah. I also really don't like that the scopes and stocks don't need to be attached to their respective guns in the inventory. Lastly, there are some environmental inconsistencies and visual inconsistencies, like rain and starting and stopping between doors. Ashley doesn't wear her sweater outside, even though it's nighttime and it's supposed to be really cold, so on and so forth. And there's also some poor visual design with interactable elements being poorly communicated, e.g. the boulder that needs to be blown up, or most environmental objects that can be opened. Characters and also characters and enemies not showing up during gameplay cutscenes, which is really disorienting, etc. There are plenty of things I could list, but we'd be here a while. That's about all the contentions I can think of at the moment, though, which is far fewer than most games, and I'm being somewhat hard on Resi 4 because I can so very clearly see how it could have been so much more. But we'll have to wait for someone with a stronger vision and fewer constraints to make that game someday. Resident Evil 4... Mainly a problem in the VR version? How so? Which part? That would be something I'd love to play someday. I don't have VR and don't intend on getting it anytime soon. My sister has it, actually. I wonder if her headset's compatible. I have no idea what she has. You just shot Ashley. What a fucking piece of shit. And Spazbo. Alright, I'll finish my closing statement here. I can very clearly see how it could have been so much more, but we'll have to wait for someone with a stronger vision and fewer constraints to make that game someday. Resident Evil 4, with a bit more polish and a lot more willingness to take chances on Mikami's and Capcom's part, could have been and probably, you know, fewer iterations during development, could have been a far tighter and more intense game. I think there is a lot of room for improvement in almost every area. However, does that stop me from declaring it a masterpiece? Well, I hate to be predictable, but no, I don't think it does. While this game really made me question what I consider to be worthy of that title, I think in the end, the base gameplay loop is unique enough, and the encounter design is strong enough to make the vast majority of this game an absolute blast to play. So even if the story is generously just functional, the soundtrack is bereft of variety. The visuals sometimes have poor conveyance or are lacking in consistency. Excuse me, lacking in consistency, not lacking in inconsistency. The game design could have been far more finely tuned and better paced, and the game stumbles over its premise a bit more frequently than it nails it. The overall experience remains incredibly strong. Resident Evil 4 on the Wii is going into the S tier with a numerical score of 9.0. There we go. You have to press many buttons manually, while in the OG you just have to press certain interfaces. Gotcha. That makes sense. I tried to add a more tactile feel to it. Why not 9.1? Because it's like barely a masterpiece. Like barely. I'm putting it over many of the things that are currently in the actual list. So I'm putting it over Donkey Kong Country and Akuma Joe Densetsu. But I can tell you what I'm not putting it over. That's also in my masterpiece tier, which is Metal Gear Solid 2, or sorry, Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3, Shadow and the Colossus, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Bioshock 1, Xenogears, KOTOR 1, Republic Commando, Unravel, Deus Ex, Dragon Age Origins, What Remains of Edith Finch, both of American McGee's Alice games, Rule of Rose, Catherine Full Body, Soma, Shadow Man Remastered, Panzer Dragoon Saga and Orta, Max Payne 2, Katawa Shoujo, Half-Life 1, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 1. And all four, the first four Bungie Halo games. The only one that is a higher than that is Reach, which is a 10. Basically nothing gets a 10. I've given 13 games a 10. But yeah, that's why it's not a 9.1. Because it is kind of at the bottom of the 9s. I would put it over Metal Gear 2. I need to replay Metal Gear 2. But I considered that. I strongly consider that, in fact. So there you go. You're not even disagreeing, just keeping me honest. I appreciate it. Metal Gear 2 has a lot of backtracking. Yeah. Does it ever use its backtracking to good effect like it does in Metal Gear Solid 1? Probably not. Probably not. But as far as flaws I have with the game, that's probably at the top of the list, and the list is not very long. So I need to replay Metal Gear 2, and maybe it'll go above Metal Gear 2 at some point. But I don't think it's as tight of an experience as Panzer Dragoon Orta, which was the next thing I was considering. So I need to get another drink real quick. I'll be right back. We're almost done. We have like 3 pages left. The rest of the games are pretty short. And yeah, like I said, I wasn't fully satisfied with that review. I think there's a lot more I could dig into. But also at the same time, and I found this out while doing the top 24 games of all time video, that it's actually very difficult to sell someone on a game without spoiling what's good about it. And I try not to do that. Don't mind the backtracking in MGS1. I actually like it for the most part, but in MGS2, sorry, MG2, it doesn't really do anything with it. Yeah, I don't remember it doing anything with it. I also like the backtracking in MGS1. I don't think it's wasted really. My only like kind of issue with either of the backtracking sections is that the PAL key takes way too long to actually transition. I think it takes 70 seconds, doesn't it? And there's no... That's not even my problem with it. My major problem is that there's no indication that what you're doing is actually having an effect. Like, it doesn't change shade at all. It just immediately switches between, which I think is really weak. Really weak design. You kind of just have to, because like 70 seconds, you kind of just have to trust that the game is working and what you're doing is having an effect for 70 seconds. So, yeah. But, like, even Metal Gear 2 handled that way better, where I think the Zanzibar land thing starts changing relatively quickly. Kill Dr. Marlowe. What? Who? Dr. Marv? Or that you already had to go back to even get in that room. Huh. Yeah, I need to replay it again. It's definitely been a while. Yeah. I will do that fairly soon. I've been wanting to replay it for a while, so I will get on that. Not before I finish Blood Omen, though. Fear not. Our next game is Shatterhand, which I played on the NES through browser-based emulator. I had a playtime of 8 hours, and I played it all the way through twice. Second time I played the Famicom version. We'll put it on the list for the book club, sure. All right. Soundtrack going here. Am I any closer to watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? No. I've been watching an episode of Gurren Lagann here and there. But, no. For a year now, I'm pretty sure. Did I say I would watch Full Metal Alchemist after Gurren Lagann? I'm pretty sure I did. I'll try to start watching an episode of that a day. I've been trying to spread things out a bit more. Get out of my ADHD habit of only focusing on one thing. Yeah, I've not been in a huge mood to... I haven't accomplished much in the past, like, 8 months. Maybe longer. So... the fact that that hasn't been done is not much of a surprise. But sorry about that, I'll try to do better. And that is the most that I can promise at the moment. Alright, Shatterhand is a game that in the first few levels I really thought I was going to enjoy, but the more I played, the further downhill the game went. I was not watching Darling in the Franxx, I've never seen that. I don't really plan to either, it just seems like gooner bait. Darling in the Franxx is like worse Eureka 7, which is like worse I'll Noah 0, which is like worse Code Geass, which is like worse Evangelion. So, I don't think I'm gonna watch it. Or Worse Gundam 00. Something like that. Okay. The more I played, the further downhill the game went. To start off with, the difficulty is quite high. I'd probably place it on about the same level as Castlevania 1 or maybe even Dracula's Curse. That would be fine if the gameplay were there to match, but Shatterhand has so many control issues that it would be hard to even list them all. Something before Shampoo? I don't remember what it was. I was watching NHK before Shampoo. That's the only other thing I've watched, like, semi-recently. First off, the game has Mario jumping, i.e. you jump higher the longer you hold the button down. I'm on the record as saying that this is always a shitty control scheme, but here it is at least used to decent effect within the design of the levels. However, the jumping itself feels inconsistent. It often felt like I could jump 5 times in a row with the same input and get 5 different results. This in a game that often requires extreme precision out of you. How's the NHK manga going? I am on chapter 6. I haven't been reading it with much frequency. Again, I'm trying to do like one a day. Trying to do 1 chapter of NHK, 1 episode of Gurren Lagann, 1 boss in Blood Omen, and then that's usually my day. Outside of sleeping, cooking, and eating. When I'm around 50% through the manga, it gets good? Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I will get there. I've been enjoying the manga so far. We're kind of glad it still keeps its own, like, sort of original art style. It doesn't have the, I think it was just the mangaka of Serial Experiments Lane that did the cover art, but not the actual manga itself, so. I'm not the hugest fan of manga Lane's art style. Let's see here. Whether the jumping inconsistency is down to the fairly constant lag or some deeper issue with the game, I'm not sure. But even after playing Shatterhand twice through, and for 8 hours in a single day, the jumping never had a consistent feel to it, and that wasn't the case for a game like Gravity Armor Metal Storm. The same inconsistency is found in the ability to latch onto gratings. Unless I'm being incredibly deliberate with it, the input will often get dropped or trigger slower than it should. Shatterhand also disables your ability to turn around along with your jump when you're doing a haymaker. There's a lot of odd mechanics in this game, and this is one of them. If you start spamming attack, after 3 jabs, Steve will switch to haymakers that do twice the damage, but they're a bit slower. This, however, disables your jump, whereas the regular punches do not. This only really became an issue when I was trying to spam my robot's weapon at an enemy while needing to dodge their attack. It's just an annoying control quirk that doesn't really have any reason to exist. And tell you what, I'm gonna hit the bathroom, because it's been a while. So take a break if you need to, whoever's here. Alrighty. The foot hitbox is also pretty terrible. You can have an entire foot on a surface and still fall through. And on top of that, Steve has a decent amount of momentum, which makes lining up the extremely precise jumps and timings for attack opportunities very difficult. Both this and the foot hitboxes aren't nearly as bad as Mega Man 1, but still led to the overall poor game feel. Frankly, the movement is so sluggish that it doesn't even feel like momentum, it just feels like the entire game has input lag, even though I don't think it does. Finally, in the gravity switching sections, you still hold down instead of up to crouch, which isn't how any other game handles this control because it makes no sense. Another issue I have is that crouching doesn't make your robot go downward, so there's almost no way to protect him from oncoming fire. This is important because if you protect your robot long enough to get another one of the same type, then you get the power armor that we've seen a couple times, which is like one of the best ways and some of the only ways to take out some of the bosses, especially in the Famicom version. But definitely the best way to take out any boss. You can throw your robot off the stage for a few seconds in order to take out an enemy or two without him getting injured, but that's a tedious and stupid band-aid on a problem that would be fixed by just making the robot move with you when you crouch. It's the only time he doesn't follow your movement, so it doesn't really make any sense. There are plenty more control quirks, but like I said, we'd be here all day. Wonky controls are far from the game's only issues, though. Perhaps Shatterhand's worst sin is that the hitboxes are, without a doubt, some of the worst I've ever seen in any game. There is almost no weapon or enemy in this entire game that has a hitbox that's actually on model. It's completely absurd. Nearly all of the weapons whiff constantly, and a few of the bosses will frequently go right through your punches and hit you. This is especially noticeable with the water and gravity bosses. Both of those bosses will also phase change after you punch them and cause you to take a hit because you were expecting them to get knocked back like usual. Going back to the weapons for a second though, they're nearly all useless. Even though there are 8 weapons, there may as well be about 3 tops. The sword bot and the flamethrower are unique, but then every other weapon is a slight variation on just shooting something diagonally downward. And only one of these can not only go through the floor, but also hit anything above you as well, that being the yo-yo bot, so that's what I consider to be the third weapon. The rest are just fluff or downright worthless. Like there's a bot that shoots orbs onto the ground and they're supposed to travel along surfaces until it reaches something, but it never works as intended. Granted, it seems like Natsume games always have at least one weapon like this. There were also the homing shuriken in Shadow of the Ninja that never hit anything, and except for extremely rare scenarios, the lasso was a complete waste of time in Wild Guns, especially since you couldn't use it on the bosses in the original. I'm getting off track though. More than half the weapons are useless, is the point. On top of that, most of the level design, along with the final boss rush, are completely sadistic. There's a beginner's trap every few feet, and most stages require flawless routing. None of that feels fun to figure out though, because the weapons and mechanics are so unfinished, and the game takes so many cheap shots at the player. I'm sorry, random person, this is your favorite game. The graphics are pretty, the music's very good. And, God, if only those two things made a good game. Then we'd have so many more good games. As if that weren't enough, there's plenty of just straight-up annoying design that adds nothing to the game. Every time you die, which will be happening a lot, it takes, literally, I am not joking, 16 seconds for you to respawn. This is a cartridge game. It's not like they have to load anything. They just decided to make the respawn animation take that long on purpose. I could probably die in... Symphony of the Night, go all the way back to the main menu, and then load the game up again before I respawn and have control in Shatterhand. Oh man. The devs also decided to occasionally put grenades inside of the boxes that typically contain either money or a letter to choose which robot you want. This has no reason to exist. It's just an annoying fuck you to the player. And of course, it occurs just infrequently enough that you'll forget it's a possibility, but they're just common enough to ruin a few of your good runs at a level. Thankfully, the devs regained their souls momentarily and decided to stop doing this for the final level, because, trust me, it's already bad enough. I also don't really like that the power vest only lasts until you get 3 hits. Until you get hit 3 times. But it's extremely cheap to purchase. It would be a much more interesting decision if it was, say, 500 gold, but lasted the entire life. So that way you really had to decide whether it was worth it to get more power, or if you should spend the money on health instead. Something else that really slows down the pace and becomes super annoying whenever you have to redo a level is that so many enemies have insane health pools, even when it just makes them tedious rather than difficult. A great example is at the start of the final level. Let me see if I can find this here relatively quickly. Yep, start of the final level. Oh. Well, I didn't know you could do that. There we go, there's a better example. Sitting still and punching a dude 8 times is not fun gameplay, but Natsume must disagree because they make you do it 3 times in a row at the start of every run against the boss rush, the hardest section of the entire game. Please stop wasting my time with this shit. Shatterhand also includes no saves or passwords of any kind, even on the Famicom, so you'll have to slog through all the bullshit you already completed every time you boot it up. This game came out in 1991. There's really no excuse to not have some method of saving your game, especially when there are unlimited continues. At the end of the day, this game is so temperamental, shoddily designed, and unplaytested that rather than giving me a feeling of satisfaction at overcoming a worthy challenge, Shatterhand feels more like I'm just finding various exploits to somehow make it through each level. Frankly speaking, this game is just completely unfinished. It looks and sounds good, quite good even, and a lot of the existing level design, especially the bosses, would be enjoyable with better weapons and controls, but this was in no way ready for release because it mostly plays like garbage. It's still better than a lot of games out there, especially a lot of NES games. But even after mostly getting used to its particular brand of jank, it still provides far more annoyance and frustration than fun or engagement. And before you ask, the Famicom version is even worse. On the Famicom, it was a licensed game for the Tokusatsu TV show Tokyu Shire Soul Brain, or Super Rescue Soul Brain, but pretty much everything about the aesthetics aside from the main character is the same. However, the visual design of the coins is far better than the giant peas for points, and the carnival level of the original got replaced by the underwater level in the NES version. The carnival is by far the shortest and worst stage in either version, and it deserved to be replaced. So, in a rare twist of fate, just like Ninja Gaiden 3, the NES version is notably superior. I am putting Shatterhand in the D- tier, and its numerical score is a 3.1 out of 10. The bullets go through walls only on the yo-yo bot, which is what he's using right now. But there's 3 other weapons, maybe 4, they have that exact same attack pattern, but they don't go through walls and also do, like, shit for damage, so... Yeah, that's like that weapon's specific ability to go through walls. However, the sword also goes through walls. The sword bot does as well. And the fire. So really, the sword and the fire are the only 2 weapons in the game. The yo-yo bot doesn't have much reason to exist. It can hit things above you if you turn around. That's about it. Oh, man. Yeah, pretty disappointing. And let's see, I believe, where's that going? Below Batman Vengeance. Where the fuck is that? Haven't played that shit since 2022. Oh, I could have said just above Mega Man. Just above Mega Man. Just barely. Alright. We're getting to the end here. Excuse me. Our next game is Switchball, which I played on the Xbox 360 and had a playtime of 5 hours. We actually got through the whole soundtrack there, pretty much. That's the end of it. This might be a bit low. Ah, no, that turns out okay. Alright. Is that a Clannad wallpaper? No. Yes. I haven't seen it when I was a kid. Why'd you give the movie such a low score? Because I don't like anime movies that just recap the show but worse. Like, the show is already an incredibly truncated version of a very complex visual novel, and trying to turn it into a movie is completely idiotic. I really hate shit like that. Gurren Lagann has a similar type of deal. A lot of anime do. So, yeah. Any... because the movie is bad. Thank you. I mean, my answer was slightly longer than that, but same sort of deal. Oh man, that's funny. No, I have not played the game. Yeah, I got into it a little bit. I've played Air and I've played Canon, but Clannad is so fucking long. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Alright. Switchball was a surprisingly competent game for an Xbox 360 arcade title. I had somewhat of an idea of what I was going into because I had played through the first world during the 360 arcade digital showcase a few years ago, but it still had quite a few surprises left for me. The show's done a pretty good job, but it inherently has to choose a canon playthrough, which it's the same as like any visual novel adaptation. It's the same problem where, like, oh, you know what did it the best is Amagami, actually. It's been years since I've seen it. Someone mentioned Air. Yeah, Air's fine. It's not the best. I enjoyed it though. But yeah, Amagami did it really well, where it dedicated 4 episodes, or actually 8 if you include the second season, to having an arc with each girl, versus like you have Clannad that just chooses the canon arc. But you know, what can you do? Not everything can be Amagami, even though it maybe should. I don't like any adaptation of something into a lesser medium that it wasn't intended for. The same is true of games, where like I don't think anyone can say there's actually been a legitimately good video game movie that was a direct adaptation of the source material, because it's just a lesser medium. It's shorter, it doesn't have interactivity, you don't have as much time to flesh out certain plot points, so it's just always going to end up worse. Now, on the other hand, like the one good example you might be able to bring up is The Last of Us, just because The Last of Us's gameplay is so irrelevant to its narrative that the transition into a TV show is quite painless, I suppose. they didn't have to actually cut out a whole lot, and we're able to expand on it in some sections. It shows the best canon arc, or it shows the best arc to call canon, I suppose. More of a Kyo guy myself, but, you know, whatever. The Mario movie was pretty good. I haven't seen it. The Last of Us show was pretty bad, all things considered. Could have worked, though. I haven't seen it, I just know it on reputation. I've seen some things about it. That's about it. But I would never watch it because I have the game. So that's basically my stance on it. But you're the first person I've heard call it legitimately bad, except for people saying, "Oh, it's so woke." I can't believe they have the gay men kissing. What will this do for society? Oh boy. Let's see. Switchball is what we were talking about. The premise is that you play as a marble which can transform into different types of materials that have different sizes and abilities in order to solve puzzles and progress through each stage. The first 3 worlds of 5 are almost entirely puzzle-based, giving you various challenges to complete, but at least for me, they never really broke through into being difficult enough to be interesting. I could always know the solution within a few seconds of looking at each area and didn't really have to engage much. That said, in the first 3 worlds, it was a fun game to chill out and relax to. I like Tomoyo, but her story of her route overall is pretty bad. Yeah, and they just had to give her one of the expansions. Unbelievable. Actually, so that, well, there you go. That improves her route because she got an H game expansion. So. But so did Kyo. You just don't like it, yeah. There's some characters that I like the idea of, but they just don't do well enough to flesh them out at all. Like, you know, a perfect example of that actually is Shizune in Katewa Shoujo, where her route is just pretty not good. And it's not even because I dislike her as a character, I don't. But regardless, Switchball. On the other hand, Worlds 4 and 5 change up the game somewhat, and the levels become a lot more about precision platforming and timing challenges than puzzle solving. I think there was a lot that the devs still left on the table in regards to puzzles, but I'm glad they decided to go for this change of pace rather than just continue on with the slower stages that were getting a bit dull by that point. This game reminds me of Marble Blast Ultra. Yes, similar idea, but like more slow platforming and puzzle solving than something like that. Yeah, there just aren't many marble games out there. So if you're really into marble games, then it's not a bad pickup. Let's see, these last 2 levels are also where the difficulty and punishment for mistakes really starts to ramp up, though they were only irksome on a rare occasion. These last 2 worlds were at least equally enjoyable as the other ones, as the earlier ones, but in a different way. So I'd say the overall gameplay was pretty solid. Unfortunately, there were co-op levels, but those aren't available any longer since the 360 servers are down and the developers didn't port over those levels for the Steam release for whatever reason. The weaker points of Switchball are the visuals and audio. The game has some VSync issues and a really bad depth of field effect that don't help matters, but I never found either to be too bothersome. However, each world only has a single song for the upwards of half an hour that it takes to complete said world, and each of the worlds only has a single aesthetic palette to them as well. So both the visuals and music could get pretty monotonous rather quickly. On the bright side, in regards to the audio, the Foley is quite excellent. After a while, I just turned off the music and enjoyed the ASMR of playing through the levels, and then put on my own music once that grew stale. Switchball is a good game for what it is. Honestly, it would be an excellent title to have in schools to teach kids basic problem solving, but it's severely held back by a difficulty curve that's a bit too gentle during the first 3/5 of the game, and by having so little effort put into the presentation. As such, it was enjoyable for the runtime, but it's not going to go any higher than a low B tier and a 6.0 out of 10. But I enjoyed it. And that's more than I can say for most of the games I played this year. Alright. Our next game is Transformers, the movie, the game. Which I played on Xbox 360 and had a very unfortunate playtime of 7 hours. And it's really quiet. Stick it up there, maybe. Alright. This should be a short one. Transformers has too many problems to even list. It is a prime example of a licensed movie tie-in game that was shat out before it was even close to being finished. I know, it's your favorite... I didn't even look, and I knew you were going to say that. I didn't even look. The mechanics don't work, the physics are terrible, the controls suck, the driving is abysmal, the frame rate is atrocious, half the game is too dark, with no brightness slider, the enemy designs make no sense, you constantly get knocked around by seemingly nothing, enemies phase in and out of existence, it's broken, it's unfair, it's inconsistent, and it's barely a 6-hour game if you take your time. But you'll probably want it to be over as soon as possible. The only thing that saves this game are the passable visuals and music, but the gameplay is so obscenely horrible that it hardly matters. This is objectively a very, very bad game. There's plenty worse out there, somehow, but there is absolutely zero reason to seek this game out. Am I repetitive? Sometimes. But sometimes you have a banger or two. Transformers, the movie, the game, I will not waste your time any longer, is going to the F tier with a score of 1.9 out of 10. Which still, if you'll notice, puts it above Jak X. And Primal. Alright. Yep. One of these days, the RNG is not going to be as kind to me. Our last game, ladies and gents. No ladies. Sorry. Ladies, that's fucking hilarious. As if. Our last game is Trials HD, which I played on Xbox 360 with a playtime of 4 hours. Alright. Trials HD has all the same tightly designed, physics-based platformer racing that I've come to expect from the Trials series. The base gameplay remains deeply engaging, with plenty of difficulty escalation for the insane among us. Trials HD also has a pretty solid amount of content, especially if you have the DLC, which, unfortunately, I was not able to play, because I didn't know it had any, otherwise I would have bought it when the 360 servers were still up. Regardless, there are a few major caveats that let this game down in comparison to its sequel, those mostly being the visuals and music. Every track, those being the physical tracks, not the OST tracks, every track occurs in the warehouse, which means that you have one palette for every single track, DLC notwithstanding, but from the trailer I watched, it looked about the same. You also have the pitifully short 12-track OST, which gets mind-numbing before you've even finished each track in the game. Both aspects add to the overall feeling of monotony. The music isn't nearly as big of a deal because you can just put on your own, but having to look at the exact same visuals for track after track really does put a damper on the game. The customization is also pretty pathetic. And lastly, I cannot confirm this, but the physics feel different to me in comparison to Evolution. You don't seem to have quite as much precision control over your bike. The controls feel just a bit more sluggish. That could just be in my head, so take it with a grain of salt, but I've played a lot of Evolution, and it definitely felt different to me. You also seem to take just a couple more bullshit deaths in this game than in Evolution when you land too hard, but again, that could just be confirmation bias. Regardless, Trials HD is still a solid game. Still a solid game, but really its biggest crime is simply that it was nearly entirely obsoleted by its sequel, making this version feel quaint by comparison. For now, I will stick it in the B tier, with a 6.6 out of 10. And that is all she wrote for now. And random person, you'll like this, you'll enjoy this. Trials HD is actually going just above one of your favorite games. I believe your 4th favorite game, is that it? Dark Souls 3. Regardless, oh, you know what? We have the big list. That's right. So I kind of alluded to this. Resident Evil 4 was a seat of my pants type of deal, but everything else here. Oh shit, let me put that on the other screen. Hold on. Okay. Well, that makes 2 of us. So there. Alright. So as far as the big list is concerned, Resident Evil 4 would be right here. Right in between Panzer Dragoon Orta and Akumajo Densetsu. And we'll have the Trials HD soundtrack play us out. Oh, can I not? Dang it, I can't, like... I'll just scroll slowly. Yeah. Let me know if you have any questions or comment. Let me just use my dang hand. Let me know if you have any questions or comments that I can address. Let me know how much of a piece of shit asshole I am for only giving Resident Evil 4 a 9.0. I do have Eternal Sonata on there, yes. Yeah, I played that in 2022 and quite enjoyed it. It's primarily just the narrative is a bit weak until the entire second playthrough, and I hate the concept of having to do an entire second playthrough of an RPG to get the true ending. Those are really the only things keeping it out of S tier, however. Because the combat system, the visuals, and music are really good. Probably Sakuraba's some of his best work, if not his best work. Why, though? What do you mean, why? Why do I hate the concept of having to do a second playthrough of a 40-hour JRPG to get the true ending? I don't know. I'm just a dickbag. Oh, wait. Why isn't that... Wait, hold on. Did I change the ranking of that? Oh, Trials I also haven't put on here yet. I just finished that like 3 days ago. An Avatar game that's good, I'm curious, because I thought they all sucked. I liked that one. It's only like 3 hours long, but it's mostly a puzzle game with some like action-y bosses in there. But yeah, it's cute. It's got good visuals, good music. Generally, the game design is solid. I would say it's probably designed a bit tighter than the... It's the same like storyline as the RPG. But yeah, I generally think it's pretty decent, worth playing if you like Avatar. But I wouldn't say they all suck. I wouldn't call any of them particularly great. But yeah, that's probably the best of the bunch if you want to play an Avatar game. Especially because it doesn't actually directly cover the storyline of the show. I forgot to actually make a video. Hope you appreciate the physical strain it takes to manually scroll down like this. Oh man. And yeah, some things have gone up, some things have gone down. Games don't change tiers terribly often, unless I've like hard overrate something. I think Panic Restaurant I hard overrated in comparison to where it should have actually gone. Why is VR missions in C tier? I mean, you've played it. It has the gameplay loop of Metal Gear Solid. And it has like pretty good music and visuals, and that's it. It's a game that you can play if you want. Yeah, I did put it over Ghost Babel, and the reason why is because I don't find Ghost Babel's narrative to be very compelling. And VR Missions just plays vastly better. It has vastly better gameplay generally. They cut over 600 missions, bro. Whoever did that, good work. Good work reining in Kojima. Yeah. No, like 180 I think is a good length. It's a good length. Especially if you fucking S tier all the missions, or rank 1, whatever it is. Barbie Island Princess in D tier, unsubscribing right now. Hey. Island Princess is one of my favorite Barbie movies, and this game does not do it justice, alright? But still, you know, it's got like a, what's that, like a 4.1, 4.2? That's not so bad. Yeah, Island Princess is really good. Got some good thematic elements about generational trauma in there. It's one of the earlier musicals. It actually has some banger songs, like the Rats that care about cheese. Yeah, the Legend of Korra game. It's really short. It's like 2.5 hours long. It's a hack and slash game by Platinum Games. And the balance is just really not there. The camera sucks, and it's also very, very difficult. You watched it but don't remember much of it. I just watched Island Princess like 2 years ago, I think. I hadn't seen it until then. It was one of the major holes in my knowledge of the Barbie classic era. But yeah, I haven't played Legend of Korra since 2022. It's actually been delisted. You can't get it anymore, so you'll have to acquire it. But yeah, it's not super worth playing. It does, however, the one thing that's really good about it is that it has cutscenes that were made by one of the actual studios that animated Korra. So the cutscenes look really good. But I just found the gameplay to be rather weak. But that is where the list stands at the moment. You're watching gameplay. I do remember liking some of the early Barbie movies. Some of them are a lot better than others, that's for sure. Princess and the Pauper is the best one by far. Like that's not just the best Barbie movie, it's the best, or it's like a good movie in general. I really like that one. I was actually planning on doing a thematic analysis of Princess and the Pauper at some point. The thing that strikes me is the dodging animation. Dodging animation. Here, let's take a look. I haven't even watched gameplay of it in a while. She just flips. Just flipping her shit. Now, part of the problem could have been that I was just way worse at hack and slashes when I played this game. Way worse at action games generally. But yeah, especially I was playing on normal and the difficulty got incredibly overbearing toward the end of the game. I think there was a boss fight that I was stuck on for like an hour and a half, just grinding away. I had Georgie in a Discord call while I was doing that. So if she was here, she would probably say, "Oh yeah, that game sucks." Minute 30? Okay. Minute 30 precisely. Like, it had some good mechanics. And I haven't replayed it since, that's also something to mention. So it could go higher, but most of the games in the D tier are games that look and sound good, but just have dog crap gameplay. 30... What? 30 of 5? The reason I ask is because I don't remember there being a dodge. But... Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, not the same video. God damn it. Which one are you watching? We'll try this one. What's the channel name? Oh, Jesus Christ. Thankfully, it ran at a better frame rate than this. They're clearly playing this on the PS3. I played the PC version. Yeesh. Sure. Where the hell? Oh, that's way further down. All right. All right. 30 minutes. Exactly. Oh! That is weird. You know why it's weird? Why it looks weird? Because Cora doesn't dodge. She face tanks everything. That is her combat style. She face tanks everything and loses. Regardless of how apt the opponent is. Or how adept, rather, the opponent is. Yeah, I still have it downloaded. I might play it again at some point. But, didn't like it. I also just don't like Cora. Not as the character, like, the show I don't like, so... That's part of it. But you know what? Iroh runs the shop that you buy things at, so that's nice. But yeah, if you're curious, I gave it a pretty brief review during the 2022 ranking video. So look at that jumping. Look at all those chickens. Yeah, I was stuck on this boss fight for a minute. Let me actually find the one I was stuck on. Hold on. It was in the city. I think this is it. No. Hold on. Fighting spirits. There's a fight in a city against like 3 masters of each bending type. In like a market square. No. Well. That's possible? I don't think it was this. I can't tell. Why is Kaiju Spirit Korra fighting against mechs? Fucking Legend of Korra, man. People forget how fucking weird that show got. And at the end, she does her Big Zam Beam! I think this was actually it. I think it was this fight. Yeah, this was a fucking tosser. I kind of just want to watch someone competent do it. Or at least someone who's played the game a million times. Competent, let's not go too far. A competent person probably would not spend their time mastering Legend of Korra. Yes, this is it. This fucking guy. Who hurt you? What did they do to you? Oh, fuck. Oh, my cam is blocking it. Sorry. God, fucking click the thing I clicked, please. Our earthbending master has seen better days. He might want to get some work done on this whole region. And I'm not the prettiest thing to look at in the world, but oh. Count your blessings, kids. Oh, man. Yeah, I remember being in a Discord call and just raging at this shit for like an hour and a half. Ugh. God. I wonder, there might be, like different bending styles might be better against others. I never really checked that at all, I don't think. Like, we can see if she uses, like, I don't know, fire against the... What makes sense here? If you're using earth against the waterbender, then that's not its opposite element. It looks very stiff. Yeah, well, the earthbending is very slow. It's the slowest bending type, but yeah, generally, I don't know. It's like, I haven't played it in so long that I couldn't like break down exactly what's wrong with it. So Is it enough to say that I remember severely not enjoying it? His way of becoming a master was Rocky, yeah. Rocky as in, like, Rocky Balboa, he got punched in the face a lot. I'm not punchy, it's just the way I talk. Sure, bud. So he is using water against the firebender. Because it would make sense that, like, air would be really bad against the firebender. It would make their flames stronger. Then earth would be fine against it, water would be the best. The others didn't look much better. I remember the airbending is, like, super strong. You can just spam the hell out of it. Yeah. Yeah, fucking example A. You can just spam the ever-living shit out of the light attack for airbending, and it just murders everything. Firebending is kind of the weakest bending style, as in, like, in the show, or... Oh, we might have run out of Trials soundtrack. We did. Oh wow, the Trials music is actually starting to get a lot better. What is this? Conceptually? Yeah, I suppose. We never really have a canon answer for can people see firebending, or sorry, can people see airbending, right? Or did overanalyzing Avatar do a thing on that? Oh yeah, these fucking pro bending stages were always really annoying because you have to parry each attack, but they can just like attack you in a way that you parry one attack, but then you can't parry the next attack that's coming right after it because there's a bit of a cooldown or some shit. It just seemed like Platinum didn't care, honestly. It just seemed like they threw together a combat system and didn't test it. But honestly, this music's making the game a lot better. The Halo 2 soundtrack can make any game good, honestly. Play Primal with this soundtrack, fucking best game you've ever played. I'd go as far to say in the show, Fire is weakest too, but it's not like the show cares. Yeah, like, I think the Firebenders are mostly winning the war because of superior technology rather than just having better bending. Because you'd think, like, theoretically, what is the strongest bending? Probably Earth. But that's considering, like, the top-level Earthbender against most Firebenders, so that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But yeah, like, I don't know, even during, like, even during Sozin's Comet, you still had bending masters that were able to do some pretty insane shit. Bending masters of other, like, non-firebending, is what I mean. Airbending was pretty OP, too. See, if you can't see... If you can't perceive airbending, then it is, like, unbelievably strong. It's by far the strongest. But it makes sense that the Firebenders would go after the Airbenders first, because Airbenders don't really have a natural defense against fire like Earth or Water. So they were probably the easiest nation for the Firebenders to conquer. So might as well get them out of the way. I think water actually is, but water is very much dependent on the environment and conditions. Yeah, exactly. But when are you not going to have Earth? The only time you're not going to have Earth is when you, what do you call it? when you're on a metal ship for a contrived guitar episode. So, yeah, exactly. On the North Pole, see, that doesn't make any sense. I feel like ice has so much dirt, and like ice and snow have so much dirt in it that theoretically you should be able to bend that to some degree, similar to how like lava bending works or metal bending works. I guess metal bending is probably the best example. Like Toph can't, or none of the earthbenders can bend platinum in Legend of Korra, which makes sense because it's pure. But most everything has some amount of minerals in it. I would also argue that metal is earth, right? Like, it doesn't really make sense that metal isn't earth. Is earth only dirt? Why aren't you called dirt benders? Oh man. Well, we're 4.5 hours into the stream. Should we get out of here? Unless we're all too busy watching Korra. I think this game is still pretty easy to find nowadays, even though it's been delisted. Or are we all enjoying the Halo 2 soundtrack? How do you choose the games you're gonna play? God, I wish I chose better. Usually by random number generator, or like I'll stream things that viewers request if they interest me. But yeah, typically we have a list that I'm working through at the moment, which is mostly based off of viewer requests. But sometimes I play whatever I'm in the mood for. Sometimes I choose off of a random number generator if I'm not really in a particular mood for anything. And sometimes viewers request games. So there's not you can just take this as a general rule. There's not any method to the madness. There is merely madness. What was that cloud? Oh, Korra's having a bad day. There's a little rain cloud above her head. Want to hear me being a snowflake? Sure, I guess. If there's an open slot, can I suggest Ilo Milo? Ooh, good poll. Yeah, sure. Is that on Steam? Because I wanted to play it co-op. Let's see. Fucking Billy. It's not on Steam, is it? The Windows Store? That's a thing still? God damn it. But not Steam. Well, unbelievable. If I can get a PC version of it, then we'll play that pretty soon. Right now, Riley and I are playing Alien Isolation on our own time. So after we finish that, then there's nothing that we really have on the list aside from that. So yeah, let me type that in there so I don't forget. Microsoft Store, that's the name of it, yeah. Watching Demon Slayer, don't consider it good. The writing is very surface level and many of the world building aspects don't make any sense. I mean, yeah. People have gotten less and less high on Demon Slayer as it's come out, or as time has passed, I suppose. Which always happens, but seems to be happening to an even greater degree. There's an arc that takes place in the entertainment district of some city. Okay. Riley's gonna look at Discord and see nothing but Ilo Milo. And just think, what the fuck? The fuck is happening? You can do it. There you go. Oh, I forgot there's a section where you get your bending taken away, I guess. What bothers me is I know way too much about Japanese history, and I know what hell the entertainment district actually was for the people, especially women working there. Yeah. But the show was like, oh man, happy fun times. The prostitutes are treated so well, and everyone really looks out for them and cares about them. And they don't have syphilis. They don't have syphilis! Because it was essentially modern systemic slavery. Yeah, tolerated by the government. Exactly. We would... I mean, no other countries would ever do anything like that. It was crazy. Did the Meiji Restoration get rid of that, or was that still around? Kind of giving you the icks. Yeah, but it's kind of that same NHK thing, right? Like, not every backdrop, not every show has to thoroughly dive into a piece of subject matter if it's not the primary theme at hand. Some shows just occur in a certain place or a certain time, and it doesn't really have a whole lot of relevance to the primary themes of the work. Laws were changed until 58? Okay. And I'm usually, depending on what it is, I'm usually okay to forgive a show like that. If it's just there for shock value, then that's something else entirely. But if a show's not using its subject matter exploitatively, then I don't mind if it just uses it as a backdrop. Problem is Demon Slayer doesn't really have any themes. Well, yeah, it's a modern anime. Haha, Gotti. No, I mean, I've heard the same thing about Jujutsu Kaisen, as people have watched that more and gotten into it more. I haven't heard people be nearly as high on the second season of F.E.A.R. And it's just, you know, the anime community is even hypier than the game community, where they have a serious problem of overhyping things. I mean, JJK might be better, but I think, like, the common sentiment is going against it, is what I'm saying. And will probably continue to do so as it gets further and further away from its time of release. But that's why I just don't keep up with seasonal anime at all. Like, it just seems like a waste of time to me. I have plenty of, like, when I run out of old anime that I know is good to watch, like FMA Brotherhood, then, you know, at some point I'll start watching seasonal anime, maybe, but it's usually kind of a waste of time until until the, what would you say, the wisdom of retrospect has been established. It's not our job to censor content, but to create context. Create context? Right, and sit down and shut up and listen like a good little boy. Oh man, I consider F.E.A.R. one of the best anime, and you know my standards are high. Yeah, but it's also not done. So Like, a lot of people really liked Attack on Titan until it was done. And not as many people like Attack on Titan anymore. Now do they? Second season of Free Run is still very good? Yeah. I saw it eventually. But anyway, yes. Prostitution. My favorite topic. I don't know what that little cloud is. That's really funny to me. Ah, yes. Really quick enemies in hack and slashes, especially on mounts. This always goes well, doesn't it, Ninja Gaiden Black? In Edo, household heads, fathers could sell their daughters into prostitution, yeah. And what's the problem? What's the issue? I mean, even people that don't know anything about Japanese history kind of know that Japan is a famously patriarchal society. Patriarchal and somewhat misogynistic. And there goes my whole Chud audience. They're all gone. With the Meiji Restoration, the selling of people into direct forms of service was made illegal. Okay. But, on the other hand... Didn't mean it actually got better. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like how a bunch of slave owners in Texas and other places just didn't tell their slaves that they were free now. And those were called like the stolen years or something like that? I forget precisely. Sure, sure. By all means. Oh yeah, these Nala sections were probably the most fun portions of the game. They were decently designed. The game didn't have a whole lot of like mini games or anything besides this though. Every time I look at this game, I just say, I just think to myself, yeah 3.2 is pretty fair. It's pretty fair. Instead of just selling your daughters into slavery, what happened instead was, God, you are like the Valve of Twitch messages. Just keep me hanging on. Every message has to be a cliffhanger. Tell Twitch to let me send longer messages. Oh, they're health upgrades. Weird. That's what those clouds are. Or just health hiccups, maybe. Not upgrades. God, this is such a good soundtrack to talk about prostitution, too. Wait, whoa, is that a glitch? I think so. Hold on, let's look at this closely. Let's really make sure. It might have just been Nala getting a hit. Let's be fair to Legend of Korra. The game's so bad, no one cares that it was delisted. You fucking missed those. Ah, unbelievable. Long Play sucks. I would never miss those. The brothel gave the father a loan and the daughter was expected to pay it off via service plus credits. Is that so much better? Yeah. Also, Demon Slayer takes place during the Taisho era. I do not know anything about that era. Okay. Buy a service plus credits. What does plus credits mean? Like plus interest? Right, yeah. World War I was what? 1914 to 18, is that right? Or was it 13? '14 to 18. Ah, see, there's Iroh. Best part of the game. It's a time mostly characterized, through my understanding, as a time of rabbit industrialization. Okay. Good to know. I know what you mean. This is really funny. It's all right. You're quite a good typist, as far as most people are concerned. It honestly would fit Demon Slayer's themes if it had any very well. Yeah. But here's the thing, like, SAO was popular. Like, really popular. In fact, it's still really popular in Japan. So, like... I don't know. I don't get my panties in a twist about Demon Slayer too much. Like, there's been worse. You can just say it's a bad show and move on. It's like my Transformers review, you know, like, it's just bad. Like, I don't want to sit here and explain for 2 hours why it's bad. It's just bad. I don't want to waste my fucking time. When it's something like F.E.A.R, it's like, alright, let me explain in detail why this is bad and why people are wrong about it. But some things just don't deserve that level of analysis. Most things. Most things. Collect 4 jars of spirit water! Get the gems, Bentley Bear! Oh, Jesus, she's got her fucking back laid into. Gonna feel that when you're 32. Oof. But honestly, you know, the more I listen to the Halo 2 soundtrack, the more I like this game. It's getting better and better. Here's my list of best anime that have come out in recent years. We're hyped and actually deserved. We're actually good and deserve the hype, okay. 1. Frieren. 2. My Hero Academia. Delicious in Dungeon. I've never heard of that. Is that pretty recent? Yeah, Riley's trying to get me to watch Edge Runners. I think we're gonna do that pretty soon, actually. I won't inslut you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the last thing I want to do. Dungeon Meshi. It's like 2 years old by now. Weird. I've never heard of it. And it was pretty popular, huh? Played the collab Edge Runners with Wuthering Waves. It was pretty good. Oh. Yeah. God. My sister tried to get me into Genshin. I can't do it. I can't do it. I've heard Wuthering Waves is the best of the gacha mobile slop. But that doesn't mean I want to play it. Oh man. Hey, if you enjoy it, I'm glad. I'm glad that other people enjoy things. I'm never gonna chastise people for enjoying things, mostly. Campaign Evolved, I'll chastise you for. That's my one. Everybody gets one. Oh man. Now, let me look this up here. Dungeon Meshi? I don't exactly keep up with anime at all nowadays, but it's just weird that I've never heard of it. Oh, it's by Trigger. Huh. Adventuring knight Laus Toden leads a small party through a seemingly endless dungeon, a subterranean maze of dangerous and precarious traps. Through the use of advanced magic, an explorer can sometimes be resurrected, allowing them to learn from past mistakes and give traversing the dungeon another go. However, when a powerful dragon eats Phelan, Laos' spellcasting sister, she sends her brother and his companions back to the beginning to save them from permanent ends. Though strapped for cash and equipment, Laos resolves to fight his way through the dungeon and rescue Phelan before she can be digested by the dragon. What? Despite so, Laos' allies abandoning him to remain by his side, Elven Mage Marcio Donato and Halfling Locksmith Chilchuck Timms. Due to their lack of funds, the party faces the daunting prospect of starving before being able to complete their quest. However, they find salvation in Senshi, a dwarven warrior with a penchant for cooking and safely eating defeated monsters. With Senshi's culinary experience, Laos and his companions struggle through the dungeon while learning about gourmet dining and each other along the way. Wow. So it's like fantasy food wars. With more or less orgasms. I don't know how you'd have more, but... Apothecary Diaries became like my new obsession. I can't stop thinking about it. I think Riley might have also wanted me to watch that one. I forget if it was that or if it was Dress Up Darling? I forget which one it was. Last anime I watched was Vampire Hunter Robin, but haven't finished it yet. I haven't heard of that. Is that a new spin on D? Or is it something else? What, do you mean Witch Hunter Robin? A dark, gothic 2002 anime series about supernatural hunters rather than vampires. Yeah, okay. The story makes a point that dragons digest very slowly. It takes around 30 days for them to do that, so the logic is that if they kill it before that, they can resurrect her. So I guess they need like a physical thing remaining of her to resurrect her. Riley's such a good guy. Well, maybe he should be your best friend then. Entertaining, it's not bad, it's not a masterpiece, it gets the job done. Okay, it gets the job done. Whatever job you have going on. Oh, man. Alright. I think we're caught up on Legend of Korra. We understand what this game is. Are there any other games we want to watch the entire long play of? While we have the Halo 2 soundtrack. Also, Dungeon Meshi becomes much more complex thematically, richer and darker as the story progresses. Good. I'm glad. It's not... it has like a, what, 8.6 on Mel? That's pretty good. So you know what? Tell you what. I'll tell you... First of all, is it finished? If it's finished, I will put it on my list and get to it at some point. Nope, Season 2 airs next year. I'll tell you what, when it's finished, I'll put it on the list. The manga is? Doesn't tell me a whole lot. Sounds like a gimmick, but it's not the entire story. Yeah, I gotcha. I tell you what, if the second season is going to be the last season, then I'll also put it on my list. I've been burned before, though. Fucking Attack on Titan. Apothecary Diaries is kind of finished. Is that like Apothecary Diaries, but with cows? I think that is on my list, actually. Has an 8.8? That is on my list. Yep. So it will be watched at some point by me unless I die. And that I can promise. But I have other things to watch first, like School Days. And, what else? I wanted to rewatch Cat Planet Cuties. It'll never be finished because it's based on a light novel. Fuck! And they're currently 16. Only the first 4 have been adapted. Okay. Alright, I'll fucking break my rule for those. Fucking god. It's gonna be the Gintama of whatever genre it is. the Gintama of mystery dramas. Yeah, I'll check it out at some point. Alright. Let's call this a stream. Because we're at the prologue of Halo 2, so I feel like that's a good stopping point before we get into the Cairo suite and start ramping things back up again. GG, thank you. I will. We had like 1 and 2 quarters, 2 separate quarters. GGs. 1 good game, 2 eh. Thanks for the stream, it was a fun one. Well, thank you. I like doing the ranking streams. Helps me get my thoughts in order. And I'll play better games, or at least try. At least try. That's all I can promise, because when people think that F.E.A.R. is one of the greatest FPS games of all time, then I just... What am I supposed to do? Like, the only way for me to know is to... Oh, you know, hey, this guy actually, you know, different lighting. You give him different lighting, you take out the orange hair. Nah, he's still pretty bad. Apothecary Diaries has a kind of finished story, if that makes sense. Like the original web novel, which was basically the prototype, was fully adapted already, and the story only continued so much longer because it became rightfully insanely popular. Okay. So is the bad... sorry, is the new stuff they're making for it bad? Or have you not gotten that far? It's fine. I'll watch it at some point. Have a good evening, or afternoon, or morning, or night, wherever you are in the world. Actually, I know where both of you are in the world. So have a good afternoon and evening, respectively. This one looks a little bit more symmetrical, yeah. Same quality as far as I can judge. Okay, I'll check it out. Yep, have a good one. It's been a stream. Good night, thank you. It's 4 in the afternoon.